1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Goodness gracious me. Guys, I have so much fun planned for us tonight. You have no idea. Literally no idea. Oh my gosh. I am so excited that I can't barely contain myself. I cannot not barely contain myself. And so, you may have read the title. Cody, oh my gosh, thank you so much. That was literally instantaneous. Thank you so much. You're going to make me do chores now, huh? Thank you. I'll get to that in just a sec, and I'll show you my outfit as well. That was Elvis. Was that too loud? Was that a bit too loud? I can turn it down a little, just a touch. Better. Thank you, Cody. And Zen Daily, welcome in. And Michael. Michael, this is going to sound really weird, and you'll have to forgive me as I stumble through this because I've never really articulated this out loud. But Michael, you are always so quick on the draw, something that I say often, and I have been impressed for a very long time. I need to know, Michael, what do you think of these streams? You've been around for a while. You're kind of like one of those stoic and silent types, you know, the handsome, cool guy, just like kind of at the back of the class doing his own thing. And first of all, how are you so quick? And second of all, I hope that you enjoy these streams. Now, please don't feel obliged to type in the chat if you don't want to. I know that's not everyone's style, but it's very sweet and very endearing, and something that, like, I was just wondering about recently, like, Michael, I wonder what Michael's like, what's going on in his world. So anyway, just chatting, very relaxing. Okay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And you know, I should say that to anyone out there who's like lurking, listening, who doesn't necessarily want to be part of the chat but just likes to enjoy the vibes, that is literally what, like, the backbone of Twitch is. So thank you. It's kind of bad etiquette usually to call out people who are lurking or just kind of enjoying themselves in the background, but I just, like, my curiosity was burning bright, and so yeah, I just hope you have a nice time. And yeah, it means a lot that you've stuck around, Michael. So let's see. I'm going to put away one piece of clothing. Thank you for helping me clean my room. And we're going to talk about what I have planned for Wacky Wednesday. Oh my gosh. But first, let's have a drink. Everyone settle in, settle down, or what's the opposite of settle down? Unsettle up. Because we're finally going to do something that I've had in the back of my mind for a long time now. And like, even before I took a bunch of like breaks and stuff for streaming, I was always wanting to do something a little bit more random XD, a little bit raw XD, if you know what I mean. And I kind of got handed like the perfect opportunity. And so I'll elucidate more in just a sec. But I think we're starting ads I think we're in ads for the next few minutes. So bear with me. I'll do the boring stuff in the ads. So Cody, thank you again for subscribing. I appreciate you. This is the fit for today. It's a shirt that's tied up and jeans. Cool jeans, bro. This is also my late grandma's. I got given a bunch of her clothes and I'm just kind of wearing them now, which is, yeah, it's interesting. She had a very good sense of fashion, at least in my opinion. And I get to feel like a little bit more, I don't know, like connected to her that way. So, Ada, welcome in. Yeah, I'm going to put away a piece of clothing. I'm going to pick at random, and hopefully by the end of this year, whenever it happens, I'll have an actual clean room. So that's good. Let's see. What do I have here? I've got lots of shirts, which you may or may not see me wearing in like another stream. Look, this looks pretty similar, doesn't it? She had a sense of taste. And so, clothes hanger. Here we go. Look at me being productive AF. It's not often that it happens. So, onto the hanger we go. And voila. Beautiful. Thank you again, Cody. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm excited. I'm energized. And yes, that task that I was given to kind of make a little autobiographical playlist for Cody was so much fun. And I want to talk about why I chose each of those songs because, like, I picked them. It was very, very hard because I love music. It was hard to narrow it down, to be honest. But I decided to go with picking songs that kind of had like a little story attached to each one. And it was in a vague order. Like, I'm not completely married to that exact order, but I tried to put it in terms of like like chronologically the story of my life, the songs that I was interested in at different points in time. And so, yeah, productive Emmy. I know I've been very productive. Like literally, I've been doing stuff for the website as well, which I'll talk to you guys about in a little bit. But yeah, so if you'll indulge me, I want to talk about like each of those songs and explain the stories behind them and why I picked them for the playlist. Because some of them are like funny, some of them are like classic. And yeah, it was such a great like, I don't know, introspective exercise, Cody. So I appreciate that. And it made me nostalgic for a lot of those old bangers that I used to listen to on repeat. So yeah, I hope that it wasn't too much effort to like find all of them and put them together. I wanted to make a Spotify playlist to make it easy, but I don't have an account that's not connected to my actual like full on, you know, first name, last name. And I couldn't really share it without doxing myself. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to drop the like artist and the song title. Hopefully that is a good place to start. But yeah, I hope it wasn't too much work, Cody. So yeah, I know, right? I was seriously considering putting Smooth Operator on there. A smooth operator. But, you know, I wanted to be, to pull out some deep cuts, as they say, because you guys have heard me sing Smooth Operator. You guys know, like, the deep love I have for Sade. That I saw this meme recently, and it was like, that one person who don't play about Sade, and I was like, that's me. But yeah, so I wanted to kind of surprise you guys or hopefully offer some insight that maybe you haven't heard before. Because I know the thing about streaming is that you often end up repeating yourself. And it's just part of, like, it comes with the territory, right? But sometimes I think, oh my gosh, the people who've been here for a while, they must fucking hate hearing the same stories over and over again. So I really did, I tried to dig deep. And you guys will hear more about that in a little bit. But anyway, yeah. Today is a wacky Wednesday, and usually that just means, I don't know, we get a bit more loose or a little bit more tangential than usual. But with an already tangential stream, it's, yeah, usually a sign that things are about to go off the rails. But today I have a task for us, okay? And funnily enough, it also is adjacently related to Slutmania, the birthday party that I went to on last Saturday, but not in the way that you probably think, okay? So I'm just going to come out and say it and try and clean my desk in the process. My brother actually helped me with this, which sounds fucking horrible out of context, but just bear with me. He got this from his work. Look at this magnificent thing. And it's kind of weird, like, the wheel, is, as we're going to refer to it from now on, was not actually meant to be a prize. So he went to a work party, like, I think it was at the end of last year, like a Christmas party, right? And they were doing like a little giveaway. And so they were like, okay, we'll spin the wheel and whoever it lands on gets the prize, whatever. He did not win, right? He did not win any of the spins that they did, and he was a little bit sad about it. But then at the end of the night, he asked them, hey, can I take the wheel? Can I just take the wheel? Like, I know it's not part of it, but can I have the wheel? And they were like, yeah, I guess so. And so we've just had this, right, in our home for a while. When I say our, I mean my parents' house. And we've used it like once. We used it for New Year's Eve, and that was fun. People got drunk AF because it was like, take a shot, drink your whole entire drink, give someone else a shot, right? But besides that, I haven't really thought about it too much, even though it's like the perfect chaos injector into a stream, right? It's like, it's unpredictable. It has a little bit of chance attached to it. The stakes can be as high or as low as you want them to be. It's like the perfect streaming prop / accessory. And literally, I'd been thinking for so long that I wanted to put some more, well, I've always said avant-garde, that I've wanted to do avant-garde stuff. This isn't really avant-garde, but it's more just like a bit more hectic and a little bit wacky, I would say. So it definitely fits the bill for today. I want to say though, okay, so today the task is to fill in these slices, right? That comes with some asterisks, okay? Because, look, we're treading a very, very thin, fine, super fine line. Because there are rules, right? In Twitch, TOS, in literally the laws of Australia, there are mechanics that can be quite predatory, like gambling mechanics and stuff. That's not what we're doing, okay? You do not have to pay to spin the wheel once it's eventually made. And I want to be upfront about that. It's going to be something that I spin randomly whenever I'm feeling like just being, I don't know, chaotic and silly. Or there's the free channel point redemption thing, which I might change the price of at some point because right now it's at like 66666 because I just was being funny. But depending on how fucking expensive that is and how much I actually want to do the stuff on this wheel, I'm going to adjust it, right? Because I want it to be like affordable for people. You do not have to subscribe to spin the wheel. You do not have to donate to spin the wheel. You do not have to do anything if you don't want to. The wheel will be getting spun whenever I feel like it, you know? If I'm excited or if I'm like, fuck, I didn't plan anything today, oh, let's spin the wheel and see what happens. That is what it's going to be used for. Because there are laws when it comes to this type of thing. And of course, I don't want to turn into one of those streams that's just completely, I don't know, like luck, chance, gambling focused. It can be predatory, like I said. But even besides that, it's like, I don't know. I want to try to be equitable. And of course, like, it's not like I'm going to be completely altruistic about this. I still like gain a lot out of it. It's content for one. To actually put stuff on the wheel, like, is going to be, well, as you can see here, like I'm going to have a little condition, right? Which is not luck-based. Anyone can decide to add something if they want to, within reason. That's another caveat, right? And so it's a win-win. It's what we in the military like to call a win-win scenario. And so, oh, Sterlo, thank you so much for stopping by. I love you so, so much. It's been a while. I know it's been way too long. But yeah, so I want to do this right. And when it comes to Twitch especially, because there are a lot of giveaway type deals and stuff. There's a lot of people that do that kind of spin the wheel mechanic, and that's fine, more power to them. But you have to be very careful, right? Because you can get in a fuck ton of trouble. Like, more trouble than you'd expect. You can be fined, of course. You can have your account banned and stuff. You can fucking go to jail if it gets really bad, because it's a very precarious thing, right? And there's a lot of people that use Twitch, both consumers and content creators, as much as I hate that term, from a wide variety of backgrounds and ages, blah, 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 right? And so I just want to be as, you know, mindful as I can, because it's fun in games, and yeah, it could be lucrative AF, but that doesn't mean shit if it's going to end up being like, I don't know, kind of this point of I don't know, what's the word, like the VIP section. Some people are allowed in and some people aren't, and the delineating factor is if you've got money. Nah, fuck that. So yeah, we're going to try and do it the safe way. And I'm open to ideas, right? If your idea is great and you don't have enough money, like, fuck, it's fine, right? We're dedicated to the hustle. We're dedicated to the funny, explosive, weird, wacky moments. And so, yeah, I'm taking requests, but let it be known that I have the right to change whatever it is. Like, if someone donates money and is like, oh yeah, Emmy strips naked and does pole dancing, like, okay. As much as I would love, no, okay. It's one of those things where I also have to be like, well, let's see if we can both, if we can find a compromise here or something, right? So, yeah, if you do donate, please keep that in mind. I want to make people as happy as I can, but we've got to have some level of decorum around these parts, right? So that's going to be our focus for today. And yeah, I also have this pen from my mum. It's like liquid chalk kind of thing. Yeah, liquid chalk. And so it should write on nice and easy. Yeah, so I was thinking Bean Boozle has to be one, right? Like, oh God, it'll make me really, really not want to spin the wheel, but what can I say? But I was also thinking it doesn't have to be a bad Bean Boozle bean, right? I could just be like I get a random one. If it's a good one, then that's good for me, right? So yes, I was thinking that, and I was like, oh my God, just going to inject me with fear. But anyway, yeah, I really am excited to see what you guys come up with. And the wheel spins pretty nicely. I'm going to try and give everyone a fair spin and just like hold it up for you guys to see. So like, that was kind of weak, but you know what I mean. It's pretty hypnotic to look at. And yeah, actually, so the way it connects to Slotmania is because I brought this, and I don't know if I told you guys, but like, yeah, I just wrote a bunch of funny, silly, slightly scandalous stuff on there. And it was used like, yeah, it was used quite liberally. So that's good. But yeah, I don't know how to keep this in frame. Like right now I'm just holding it, but just imagine that it's here on my shoulder or something. And we'll fill it up eventually, right? I'm not sure if I want it to be dynamic as in changing over time, but for now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 slots, right? So if anyone has any ideas, let me know. And yeah, I'm going to try and figure out what is the best number of channel points, because it can't be too cheap, obviously, because we'll be spinning the wheel all stream long. It has to feel like an event almost. But if it's too out of reach, like I think there's one, a million cherries to just fucking end the stream. I think that's pretty funny. I want it to be actually used, like maybe once or once every stream or every 2 streams, you know, just to keep things interesting. It's just a little bit of randomness, and yeah, perfect for a day like today, where we value wackiness and weirdness. So that's going to be somewhere in the background. A broken accent for 5 minutes. Fuck, I just do that anyway. That's hilarious, Cody. And that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Something that's like silly, that will kind of change up the vibes, and it's not too difficult, because, you know, I want to be able to actually perform / please you guys. If it was like Emmy solves a fucking, you know, the mathematical riddle that people have been trying to solve for 10 years, I'd be like, guys, I'd love to. I really would, but I can't. And so stuff that you guys think is within my wheelhouse, like, yeah, a funny accent, a funny story. And I was like, okay, if I really wanted to get, like, to add some stakes, I could always, like, even cut it in half. Like, that's kind of what we did at the party. We did a line down the middle of one, like this. I don't know if you guys will be able to see, right? And then have something like, okay, Emmy takes off a layer. Now that sounds dirty, right? And yeah, okay, that's kind of part of the point. But look, if we consider like my rings a layer, or like my necklace or my socks, then I could be pretty safe. And maybe I would start wearing lots of like scarves and fucking pieces of jewelry. But it's like, I don't want it to be so safe that it feels boring, right? Because like you could just do all that stuff anyway. I want to make it worth people's while and actually give me a real, I don't know, this makes me sound like a junkie, a real rush. So yeah, I'm not opposed to skirting the line, but that's where I kind of feel most comfortable, like not over it and not too far behind it, but on it, perfectly on the line, straddling the line. I think that's where I like to be. So we'll talk more about it as this stream continues. But fuck, we've got so much to talk about, so much fun to be had. I've also got just random stories to tell you guys, because like today, for instance, I went with my mum and my brother to the shops, like the shopping mall for you international folk, to like not return, exchange a dress that I really love. And you guys saw me wearing it on stream, but like it had a couple of loose threads in a way that looked definitely not intentional. And so we'd been meaning to swap it out for a while. We finally went today. My brother had to come with us because I think he originally paid for it, like with his card or something. It was like a Christmas present and they all went together. Anyway, we went there to the shops, and it was literally like the sole reason that we went out in the first place. By the time we got to the place where they'd bought it from, there was no other dresses there, at least not in the correct size, etc., etc. And so I was like, okay, well, we kind of went out for nothing. Still, though, we ended up getting food, and it was cool. I got a Boost juice, which is like, oh, God. I think I'm actually genuinely addicted to Boost juice. But anyway, yeah, it was just funny because, like, it's happened before where I've gone out and for, like, a singular purpose, and that singular purpose has been thwarted. So it was one of those days. Still, I can't complain. Spent some time with my family. I helped my brother with his thesis, which is fucking really good. And we haven't quite finished going over it yet. I did as much as I could, like probably 10 or 11 pages. And yeah, we just like had a nice day together, which I always can appreciate. And yeah, it was just kind of funny because, like, I don't know. I think it's not even the first time that my mom had tried to exchange that dress, because actually originally it was a size that was too big for me, so she had to take it back once already, found the right size, got it back again, and then like, oops, no, it's got a bunch of loose threads, we have to take it back again. And so at this point I think the universe is just telling me to just fucking keep the dress and don't even worry about it, right? Just don't even think about it. So what can I say? I think if you guys want to know which one I'm talking about, it was from when, I think the first time you guys met Green Man, from that stream. The beautiful, beautiful romantic dress, like the strapless one with the beautiful red roses. And so it's such a beautiful dress. Every time I wear it, people give me all these compliments, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's one of those magical compliment attracting dresses. And so yeah, it's one of my new faves. Unfortunately, you guys won't be able to see it for like just under a year as we do this outfit challenge, but you know, you can imagine it in your minds and hearts, and that's kind of what counts. So yeah, that's basically my day. That was what I did today. I was also thinking, oh no, I also did some other stuff. With my mum, I updated the website Poetic Shop, put on some postcards and posters and things. And so during like a little lull in this stream, maybe in the intermission or something, I'll show you guys, because it's like literally as cursed and blessed as you would expect. The Mike Wazowski cosplay, the Freddy Fazbear Krueger cosplay, and even a new mystery, well, not really a mystery, a new player has emerged that you guys are familiar with, because usually all the postcards just had me on them, but this one is kind of, it's breaking the mold. And so they're now available. And we did make some prototypes, but I left them at my mom's place. Next time I'll show you guys properly. And so, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right, Cody. I can show you guys the dress. I just can't wear it, actually. Where is it? I brought it in here. I'll show you guys just to illustrate my point. So this is the problematic dress that I have been trying to exchange for so long now. It's beautiful. Like, it's super pretty. And I always feel, and it has pockets as well. I always feel extra, I don't know, dressy and nice when I wear it. But yeah, I'll show you guys what I meant about the threads. So on the bodice section, okay, I don't know if this can really show up on camera. Yeah, you can kind of see. So can you see like those white like dots? I'm pretty sure it's most obvious on the red parts. They're not meant to be there. I'm pretty sure because it's like gathered, the fabric, it's meant to be kind of pinched. But I don't know like if it's just a mistake or what happened. It's on the inside too, where you can see where they've actually stitched it all together. Gosh, I should have prepared this earlier. Let's see if this works. See that? It kind of shows through. And it's unfortunate because it looks so beautiful otherwise. Yeah, it does look like blood spills, right? It's beautiful though. Welcome in, by the way. Just rambling about my pretty inconsequential day, but what can you do? And so that's the reason why I wanted to exchange it, because this size is relatively good. Like originally I think my mom got me a size 10 or 12. And then I realized it was just a little bit big. This is a size 6. And so, yeah, we had to exchange it for that reason. And I thought that saga was done for, but apparently not. At this point, if anyone asks, I'm just going to be like, yeah, it's fucking flower pollen. Like, you know, I'm just going to own it. It's just hard because you can see here, it's actually sticking up out of the dress. Like, it's not flat. It looks like a mistake. And so there's so many as well. Still, it's too beautiful to not wear. I'll have to figure something out. And yeah, apparently it was really popular because I wasn't expecting it to be basically sold out. Then we checked on the phone because you can like look up different stores across the country, and we're like, okay, maybe this store doesn't have it, but other stores do. And we were like, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I feel lucky now that I get to have one at least. So it kind of put me back on the right track, as in it gave me some perspective, like to be grateful for the stuff that I actually do have, warts and all, so to speak, because like, you know, yeah, I think my life is more enriched to have it even with those little threads than to not have it at all. And that extends to more than just like material items, right? I think, yeah, I got a nice little lesson today, which came about from a bit of a weird way, like an inconvenience leading to actually the realization, like, Emmy, first of all, you don't need more clothes. And this is also something I told my brother today. I was like, oh, I nearly said his name, Oscar, not his actual name. The funny thing is, I have not actually bought clothes for like probably years at this point, and yet I keep getting them. Like, as in, people give me the hand-me-downs, like, people give me clothes that they don't want anymore, or like, somehow I'll just be the person that gets them all. And like, I'm perfectly happy and very grateful for that. But it's like, it's almost ironic because literally here I am trying to put away the clothes that I do already have on stream. And still, like, I'm like, how do I have so much stuff? It's because everyone just gives me their stuff that they don't want. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. It's funny, that problem is about to get even worse, so to speak, because, yeah, my parents are doing like a bit of a clean out of like my sister's old room. And so she left some clothes behind before she moved interstate. And they're like, Emmy, do you want these clothes? It's like a whole, you know, a singular wardrobe full of clothes. And I was just like, yeah, why not? So anyway, we'll see how that goes. I feel like I'm watching a documentary. Is that a good thing? I hope it is. Welcome in. And yeah, so I know you guys must be completely interested in me talking about clothes all stream long, but yeah, what can I say? I also wanted to tell you guys about another idea that I had, which is maybe so-so. I need like public opinion, right? Don't go easy on me. I was joking about it last time, but the more that I thought about it, the more it actually interested me. So we all know at this point, right? The party that I went to, Slutmania, I dressed up like a sexy maid, right? And I showed you guys this little feather duster, which was my main prop of choice that I tormented everyone with on that day / evening. Then we started like doing some little ASMR stuff together, right? Now it started as a joke, but then I was like, what if it wasn't a joke? Now bear with me. I genuinely like ASMR content. Now, in fact, I don't know if this is going to make me sound like a hipster, but I've liked it since before it was cool. Like, I feel like I was one of the early adapters. Like, when that fucking first video dropped of like the barber shop experience with that like Italian guy who's pretending to shave your head. Like, I literally got full body tingles, right? And now I know that the term has kind of changed over time. It was more co-opted by a broader audience. Nowadays, people will just kind of like do random shit and call it ASMR, right? But I am a little tiny bit of a purist in the sense that like ASMR to me means a very specific thing. And look, I'm not usually a traditionalist, guys. I hope you know that. Like, if it's not been made abundantly clear by all the fucking, you know, the psychosexual literature we review and the like the swingers that I meet that I'm kind of on board with, like, okay, it's a whole thing, right? I'm not typically the kind of return, like, you know, traditionalist category of person. But when it comes to ASMR, like, I don't really get tingles from the stereotypical modern ASMR content. Which I don't think is anyone's fault. It's just like a compatibility thing, right? And so I want to try and do ASMR my way. And specifically, after we do this Emmy Marries Germa Fund, however long it takes, I'm not rushing it, I want to try to take the ASMR genre seriously. And to get one of those specific microphones with the fucking ears on either side. I think it's like a binaural microphone. Don't quote me on that pronunciation. And literally try my hand at it, or rather my mouth. Okay, anyway, because we've got some props and you guys have been often very, very sweet and said that you enjoy listening to my voice or that it's relaxing or soothing. I want to try and give the practice the like the thoughtfulness that it deserves, and not just treat it like a meme or a joke. It's easy for me sometimes to deflect with humor or to diffuse with humor. And of course, like sometimes that's like the right way to go. Other times though, I feel like it's an easy way out for me. Like instead of looking at something with depth and complexity and actually giving it a fair shot, to just be like, oh yeah, that's one of those funny internet memes, right? Like, I don't know, I want to try it and like see if it's, I don't know, like if it's something, if people enjoy it, if it helps them relax. And yeah, so that will probably be the goal after this one. I can't remember exactly how much those microphones are, but I know that they're dear. And so I was thinking however much they are, that would just be the entirety of the goal, because I think I have everything else that I'd need, right? Like in terms of the setup, I don't know if there's any peripherals. I need to look into it still. And yes, I do know that ASMR is not everyone's cup of tea. That's a very good point, Ahmed. So whenever we do it, if we do it, and I hope we do, I'll make sure to give thorough warnings to people, because like it's a very fine line between relaxing, soothing, slightly exciting, and oh my gosh, this is horrible, I hate it, get these mouth noises away from me, right? So I'm going to make sure to put fucking warnings everywhere in the Discord, in the title, probably on screen even, so people can decide for themselves if they want to stop by and see if it works for them, or to be like, you know what, Emmy, I'll catch you on the next one. I'm not cut either way, because I totally get it. There's some kinds of content that just aren't my style, and it doesn't mean anything about that creator. It's just like, well, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. And so, yeah, still, that's something that I think would be really fun. And again, will allow me to indulge in something a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, like outside of my comfort zone than usual, because I typically treat it like a bit of a joke. But I don't think that's entirely fair, because it is a valid genre. It has a particular association to some people, and especially on Twitch, I know there's a subset of ASMR that's just kind of barely hidden, just like softcore pornography, right? Like we're not going to be going down that role, I don't think. But I want to see, like, I don't know, in the realm of experimenting, I think it could be fun. And so, you know me, if you were streaming, I'll try and be here. That's very sweet, Cody. I appreciate that. And so it's kind of just an idea at this point. I don't have the microphone. I don't have really a clue for how it would go down. But at least I'm future thinking. So that stuff up there. Yeah, I've got something up my sleeve. And who knows, maybe we'll have more of this. If it's not too horrible. Oh, Witchy, hello, it's been so long. I hope you're well. Yeah, yes, people use Blue Yetis. That's true. That's true. And so we could do a practice or something like that. But eventually, I think it would be the coolest thing ever to try those like 2-directional microphones, because then you can actually hear like which ear and stuff is being, I don't know, like affected, if that's the right word. And yeah, it's like a more sensitive microphone. Also, I've been told. I'm very, very new to this kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm just like, I'm going to be doing some research and getting back to you guys. The rough ASMR is my favorite type. That's very funny. Yeah, so like, that's something to hopefully be excited about, and to sweeten the deal, because, you know, I want to lean into the fucking e-girl aesthetic as much as possible. If you guys can be normal about it and behave, I could dress up as something, who knows, maybe even a maid, and do a maid ASMR, just for like, I don't know, the full experience, so to speak. And so, yeah, the binaural effect. Yeah, I love that shit. And I still get tingles, right? But still, nothing compares to that OG video of the barbershop thing. Like when I first listened to it, I think in the video they tell you to close your eyes, and I did so. And then they're like, okay, now we're just gonna like, we're gonna shave your head or whatever. And then I think they pretend to slip or whatever, and to like shave more than they meant to. And I literally jumped like, oh my God, someone was actually just there. And yeah, it was like groundbreaking at the time. So anyway, E-Girl Emmy, if you guys want to see that, well, you just have to stick around. Yeah, the barbershop one. Fuck. If you guys like, if you know, you know. It is really one of the OGs. There's no video, it's just audio. And he's talking like Mario. I think even his name might be Mario. I can't remember. He's like, hey, welcome in. Like, sorry, I'm sorry to any Italian people out there. We're not. Okay, so, yeah. Made ASMR, vacuum cleaner sounds, and window squeegee squeaks. Honestly, that's not bad. That's really not bad. But as I was saying about my old costume, it was like literally last week. The whole thing comes with like the headband, the fluffy like, you know, like dress and sleeves and the bell. And so it's just going to add to the whole vibe, I think. But still, I have no idea what the full goal would look like, and if I'd feel like a complete fool. So yeah, just a little idea I had, because I don't know, I think it could be fun. And who knows, maybe this will become an ASMR channel. No, I think I'd miss just talking the shit like we normally do. But yeah, to say that I've done it at least once could be fun. It's almost like a streamer bucket list. Like I want to try this, and this. And to just go down the list, go down full stop. Sorry. My mind is on Thursday, but yeah, I think that's probably our next big event stream whenever it happens. And also, what was I going to say? About the bucket list. We kind of already started it, to be honest. We've done some wild and wacky stuff here. But to keep things fresh, I think doing like at least one thing that scares me, maybe every now and then, is like a good way to feel like I'm actually developing as a performer, streamer, a person in general, right? To do something that scares you is like, it's against our nature for the most part, at least mine. I try to stay in my comfort zone, and I'm a creature of habit. And so, yeah, I remember feeling really, really scared when I first started streaming, to the point where I was like, I don't even know if I can do this. And nowadays I still feel that nervousness, right? Like, I think that will always be there, but it's like, whatever that next thing is that will make me feel like, I don't know if I can do this, that's where the real growth happens. And I think we've talked about this briefly before. Was it Will Smith who said that on the other side of terror is absolute bliss, or something like that? And while that does sound vaguely masochistic, I think there's some truth to it, you know? And I don't want to become too comfortable or too complacent. I think that's also something that happened last time before I took those big breaks that was starting to make me feel a bit stalled. Like I was like, well, kind of know what to expect. People know what to expect. I kind of got the vibes that like people were hoping for an evolution, so to speak. And yeah, what better way than to be a bit more wacky and wild. And so, yeah. Cody says, it's funny, Clementine did a hot tub stream recently. What she did was she put her parents' dog in there and just gave him a quick wash. She played it up like it'd be more, but that's all it was. Yeah, so that's like a way to take a common trope and subvert it in a way that hopefully everyone is happy with, right? That's very, very cute. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't want people to think that I'm entirely averse to the suggestive or whatever it may be. You guys know firsthand that I'm definitely not. But it's like, it's a tightrope, like walking act, I think. And how to do it in a way that's like not making anyone uncomfortable, including yourself, but also not playing it too safe. I don't know if I've found that perfect balance, but that's something I'm always like interested in, right? You think he felt bliss after he slapped Chris Rock? I don't know. Oh, Doge, it's been so long. I hope you're well. But yeah, that's very, very funny. Gosh, I'd forgotten about that whole debacle. Yeah, so anyway, there's lots of wacky, wild things to come. And I'm still organizing some guests, like that you guys will hopefully enjoy meeting. It's very nerve-wracking though. You guys have, well, maybe some idea, but like for my friends, their first response is usually like, I'm fucking terrified. Like, I would love to be on stream, but I'm fucking terrified. And it's funny because like you guys are literally the nicest people on the internet. And so I'm like, I understand, like, trust me, I know what they're saying. I know the feels intimately, but you're going to love it. And so I'm just like, yeah, slowly but surely trying to convince my friends. So, yeah, it'll be hard to top Green Man as well. Like, I know it's very, very difficult. He is from another planet, so it's like, yeah, he's kind of got the edge over the others. But like the friend that was in stream the other day who just happened to be watching while I like was talking about the possibility of a friend lurking anonymously. We talked a bit. He was like, yeah, I'm interested, but I'm nervous. And so I'm going to create a streamer at this rate. I was thinking that. Okay, I want you guys to be honest. Let's do a poll. Excuse me. Now, he would probably hate this, but if Green Man, like, were to become an actual streamer, would you guys watch as he is, like, fully greened up? Green Man streamer. I want to know. Yes or no? And he doesn't have to see this, so be honest. But yes, you're right. It is very intimidating to be on camera for 4 hours. And so maybe I'd have to like ease some of my friends into it. Be like, let's do a short stream today. And then if you like it, you can always come back. But yeah, I'm curious. Do you guys like having guests? Like I am going to be real. I'm going to be 100% real. And the way I'm going to do this is through like kind of an anecdote about some of my favorite creators, Rhett and Link. Okay. I love Rhett and Link so much, probably too much. And weirdly enough, I don't talk about them that much, probably because I'm usually talking about Germa. But I love them so much that sometimes I don't want them to have guests on because I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your guests. Usually because like some celebrity that's promoting something they don't even know the show itself. But sometimes the guests are cool and they're chill and they get the vibes, right? But usually if I see that there's a guest on, I'll just like click away, which I know is horrible, right? Let's see. Okay. Yes, 1 vote, or has 1 vote, no has 3 votes. Okay, that's good to know. And yeah, so I don't want to overwhelm you guys with guests because I know that there's something about watching a particular streamer that's implicitly and potentially explicitly saying, I want to watch you. You're the reason I come here. I don't really care about the extraneous stuff, but it's cool every once in a while, right? And so I was thinking to relegate it to a particular day, maybe a particular week, and have it as something that's expected and contained and not really like too much of a shock or a surprise to anyone, right? So it doesn't feel like you're necessarily losing time here with me, like our one-on-one or one-on-one time, but still gives you a bit of variety and gives me a bit of time to feel like, I don't know, that I can halve some of that performance, I don't want to say burden. It's not a burden. The performance feeling, I suppose. Okay, I'll pass that on, I guess. But yeah, and I'm thinking maybe once a fortnight or something. That could be cool. A balance, yeah. I think that's the best way to go about it. Because this channel started as Emmy Cherry. If suddenly it was like, oh, Emmy Cherry and some random person every time, it would be different. It would lose something that I don't want to lose. And so I want to figure out if there is a sweet spot. That's usually my MO, no matter what I'm doing. If it's something related to streaming, if it's something related to writing, if it's something related to like social like scenarios, I'm like, where's the sweet spot where most people or the most people possible can still get something out of it and hopefully be happy, you know, the win-win scenario. And so, yeah, once a fortnight sounds pretty good. And if we did it that way, I think we'd still have enough people to like introduce you to for it to like go on for quite a while. And of course have repeats if necessary, or even once a month. We'll have to see. And so, yeah, the makeup streams and stuff, that's almost its own thing entirely. Because when my sister comes down from interstate, like we basically make it a tradition at this point. And it's like, I don't know, it's nice as a way to, this is going to sound bad, but trust me, I mean it with the best intentions. Like, it's almost like a good excuse to hang out. And because, you know, I love her so much as my sister. Like, I would literally take a bullet for her. But sometimes, like, it's not the coolest thing ever to hang out with your sister. And I'm thinking from her perspective, right? Maybe she doesn't want to hang out with me, or like maybe she's like, you know what, I just want to like do other stuff, which is totally fair. But it like gives us a good reason to actually hang out, a good excuse. And it's like kind of socially sanctioned by you guys. It's hopefully rewarding and entertaining if we do our jobs right. And yeah, it's like one of those things that we can like look back on for better or for worse and see the fruits of her labor, not mine, because I just have to sit there and endure whatever she's doing to my face. And yeah, I think it's like something that will always be part of this channel. So that's not going away. It's dependent on whenever she's down here and visiting. But in terms of like meeting my friends and like, yeah, just the random people that I decide to have on stream, I think that will be something I'm trying not to oversaturate you guys with. And so, yeah, it'd be nice for her to come on, and it doesn't have to do a cosplay. That's true, that's true. Though I think she's a bit like me in the sense that she probably wants to do something with her hands. Like, sometimes it can feel really awkward to just be like, hey guys, yeah. Because it's like, I don't know, and this is weird and maybe something to unpack with a therapist, but sometimes it feels like, I don't know, it's not enough to just sit here and talk, right? Because let's be real, okay? Personally, I don't even think I've fully reached that point yet where I feel like it's enough, but to do something like this, to stream like this in the just chatting setup where you're not kind of all sexed up, not that there's anything wrong with that, not playing a game, like not really doing much at all. Like I don't have a cool, crazy skill that I'm showing you guys. I'm literally just talking, right? To do something like that is to implicitly endorse yourself as having so much riz that you can carry a 4-hour stream and not have to rely on whatever it is, tricks and other stuff, supplemental material, blah, blah, blah. That is a profoundly egotistical claim, right? Even if it's implicit. And I don't feel that way about myself, not by a long shot. And from like more of the time, I just try and not think about it. But sometimes I'm like, holy shit, like what am I doing here? It does feel like a bit dreamlike or a bit surreal in that sense. And I don't know. I think there are definitely people out there who could, who have so much riz that they could carry 4 hours plus of just talking and being themselves. But for me, I think I'm still working on it. And for a lot of the time, there's that little voice that's not helpful at all. That's just like, do you really think that these people give a fuck about you? It's really bizarre. And so, yeah, to not have anything to do is very confronting because you're forced to just reckon with the fact that people are literally, they're watching you, they're listening to you. It is a terrible voice. It is like, I don't know where it comes from because surely I don't think we're born with that. I mean, we're not born with much in the way of psychology, I don't think, besides our like, you know, most basic animal drives to want to breathe and eat and etc. But like, surely we pick it up from somewhere along the way, whether it's in the media that we consume or like the way that we're raised, just like from every little like place that we're influenced. It kind of just like it sits in you and it just chats shit, right? And again, I've said this before, it remains absolutely true. Like whenever my friends say stuff like similar to that, because I think it's a common like feeling, a common theme, I always like say to them and think to myself like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that's how you see yourself because I just see a beautiful, wonderful, like magnificent star of a person, right? And so it's like, so how can that be true? And simultaneously, the voice in my own head saying all that like chat and shit stuff also be true, right? It's just this kind of, I don't know. It's proof that like our own perception can usually be quite overly critical and to a point of not being helpful at all. Like it doesn't make me a better streamer for me to be like fucking self-conscious or insecure or feeling like an imposter. No, it doesn't. Maybe it would be like good if it did help, but in fact it's more of a hindrance and gets in the way of true creative freedom. And yeah, it's just like, I think most of our life's work collectively is to work on undoing those knots, unpicking them, and to see if we can just be okay. Just be okay with ourselves and yeah, not listen to that voice as much. And so streaming, weirdly enough, helps with that at the same time that it brings it about. You guys are very, very sweet, and often, yeah, like the support, which has been literally consistent from the very beginning, is one of the sweetest balms for that ache. Because, like, I don't know, I'm pretty lucky in that regard. I feel like, I don't know, I don't think I would have been able to be so, I don't know what the word is, mentally stable or at the very least like mentally confident about this being the thing I want to do if it weren't for everyone's beautiful generosity. And so, but yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. It's like a weird thing. I'm not used to being in front of the camera, like I said before. I usually like to be behind the scenes, like with my writing and stuff. I don't know. It's where I feel the safest because you can kind of use, I don't know, use your words very particularly, if you're like me, and say exactly what you mean from a safe distance, I suppose. But this, especially being live and kind of unfiltered, like if you say something, it's out there. Like all the questionable stuff that I've said about Germa and other people, like it's like, well, sink or swim scenario, and having to be like, you know what, I just own it at this point. Why did I want to stream in the first place? It's a good question. Some of the OGs may be tired of hearing this, so I apologize in advance. It was an experiment, really. If to boil it down to like a couple words, I wanted to see if I could, and was almost doing like, what's the word? Like a very, very severe form of exposure therapy, because I was in a state of mind and I guess a state of voice where I was extremely, extremely socially anxious. And I was like, I can't go on like this. Like, this is not good for me. And so let me try the literal most terrifying thing I can think of and live stream and see what happens. And hello to you too, by the way, spooks. And so like, I didn't even have a proper microphone at that point, at least not set up. And so I was streaming from my laptop with my shitty webcam, my built-in fucking laptop microphone, which sounded like I was talking through a potato. And like I was literally, my laptop was just on my bed, and like it was just like a fucking double chin perspective. And over time, I was like actually starting to like it. I felt like it was helping me. I was making friends that I wanted to see again, and so I kept coming back. And it was an experiment that actually turned serious, which was like fucking crazy. And yeah, it's like a fucking weird ass origin story. But in that way, streaming has already given me so much. It feels hard to ask for anything more, because like, you know, from not being able to say a single word in class to talking at length, ad nauseum, you might say, for at least 4 hours per stream, like that's crazy. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I was given back a part of myself. So, not to get too in my feels. Let's change the vibes before I start fucking bawling my eyes out again. Young England, welcome in, welcome in. I'm glad you loved it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know such a wonderful person. That's beautiful, Cody. Thank you. We can talk about maybe the songs then, since, yeah, I have a bunch of funny stories about why I picked those songs. So I'll bring up the list in just a sec. Yeah, conversational person. I think it's how I make sense of the world usually, which is, well, it's a thing. It's a thing. It means that, yeah, I typically can't actually make my mind up about something until I've sat and stewed with it for like, you know, hours and just talked myself in circles until finally, hopefully you find the locus, which is like the point, you know, the pinpoint of understanding, the kernel of truth. And then I'm like, yeah, that's how I feel. It only took me 12 hours. But yeah, it's too early for crying. I totally agree. And so, yeah, it's like basically not only a love language, but like an interface with the world. I think some people may be more like tactile. Maybe they need to like, in a puzzle kind of sense, pick something up and look at it and inspect it. For me, like I can do all that with words, or at the very least I can approximate it, right? Which is interesting because my visual imagination is terrible. Like I have a form of aphantasia, which means I can't really imagine stuff in my head. which also maybe contributes to being a bit hyperverbal. Because it's like, okay, I need you to get what I'm saying, so let me over-explain it, and hopefully you kind of get the picture, because I don't. And so, yeah, even when Evil Cherry showed up, I always felt at ease here. That's very good, Cody. I'm glad. Oh gosh, Evil Cherry. You know what? We should fucking put that on the board, on the wheel at some point. But yeah. Yeah. I've recently really enjoyed the word hyperverbal, because it's like so perfectly encapsulates how I find myself to be, and it says a lot, funnily enough, in one word. And yeah, I don't know, I feel like that's, if you're looking for a singular label, that's probably it. And it's not like a loaded word in the sense that it has prejudice attached to it. Like if I said rambler, sometimes I say that self-deprecatingly, but sometimes when other people say it to me, I'm like, oh gosh, they want me to be less like that, because it's it implies an excessive amount of talking that isn't necessarily appreciated. But hyperverbal almost sounds scientific, and I wish I was hyperverbal, not dumb verbal. Oh my gosh, don't talk about yourself like that. Hey, that's my friend you're talking about. That's very funny though. And yeah, like instead of being like a judgment value or a value judgment, it's more just like a statement of fact, hyperverbal. And yeah, I think that, is it called a prefix? That hyper prefix can be applied to a lot of different things as well that may or may not apply to me, but hey, what can I say? I feel like you have potential as an FM radio host. Sigh, thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Yeah, I I hope that people, I don't know, that they don't find it too annoying. That's really the key, because I can't stop. I literally can't stop. And for me, the most awkward thing is when there's silence, which is basically a big no-no in streaming. Silent for 5 seconds, people are gonna fuck off. They're gonna fuck the fuck off and find someone else who's like, you know, doing a hot tub stream while they fill in the blanks. But yeah, it's funny because like I never thought in my whole life that I could take something that I previously thought was more of a unfortunate quirk or side effect and actually make it like the point of my job, quotation marks. Like it's pretty wild. And so, yeah. Anyway, not annoying. Good. I'm glad. It's like when a stranger asks you for directions, you just answer, oh yeah, and then walk away. Well, I saw a video actually a while back. It's like when you're walking past someone that gives you a compliment and like you're just passing them too quickly. So all you can say is like, oh, okay. And then they're already gone before you can say thanks or even compliment them back. It's like, I've definitely done that before too. So trust me, this is a very controlled like kind of setup where I have the space to just talk on and on. In real life, well, my friend said that I was flirty in real life. That may be true. But I think I can be way more like shy, which is also surprising. Because I also don't want to be domineering the whole conversation, right? Which is different from streaming. Like here, it's more like a monologue. When you're having a conversation, I'm not just gonna be like, sorry, this is what I did today, you know, it's like, I try to be more of like the listener in those situations because I basically talk all day about myself and my own job. And so, yeah, it's like, it's an interesting dichotomy. There's a $5 word for you. And sometimes people are surprised by that too. And I don't think that's like too different to how I normally am. Like as in, I'm basically the person on stream that I am in real life, but it's just the intensity is like the variable. And so sometimes when I am excited about something in real life, I will just be talking nonstop. But I try to make an effort to actually be, I don't know, more of the listener and the person that asks questions, because I also am genuinely interested in people. I want to know what makes them tick. And like, I want to get past the stuff like, you know, what's your favorite color? Even though that can be helpful. Like that can be fun as well as an icebreaker. But once the ice is broken, I want to get into the weeds, bro. Like I want to talk about like that traumatic thing that happened. Well, maybe save that for like a third or fourth conversation. But like, I don't know. I am intrigued by people and by their hidden depths and their intensity. And yeah, so I tend to be the one who's a bit more like an investigator. But anyway, what was I going to say? I swear I was about to say something. Oh yeah, the songs. Oh my gosh. So if you guys didn't know, Cody asked me to make a list of around about 25 songs that I'd put on a CD that kind of represents my life or like is vaguely autobiographical, right? And I had immense pleasure in fulfilling that task. I put it on Discord if anyone's curious, but I'm just going to get it up here as well. Hopefully Discord will load properly. I used to have an issue where it would fucking shut down my whole entire computer, but I've upgraded since then, guys. Can you believe it? And I picked these with funny stories in mind, and it was very, very hard because music is basically my life. You know, it's just like, it's a audio form of poetry, and actually the very first poetry in the world was actually put to music as well. So what am I doing here? Please work. I really don't want to crash my computer. Okay. I loved it, Cody. I really did. What a fun little activity. And so I'm going to show you guys a list. I'll get it up and we'll go through them. So if you don't know what they are, that's okay too. I'm going to explain each one. So let's see. Emmy Cherry, welcome in. Oh, is that Private Fortune? Are you here to spin the wheel of fortune? What am I looking for? Probably blank canvas. Maybe. Here, and then get my notepad up. Oh, we're starting ads in a minute. So guys, take your bathroom breaks, do what you gotta do. Have we already been going for an hour? What the actual fuck? Did that work? Please, maybe. What the fuck? There it is, guys. You like my list? Why is it a line? This is Boomy Tings. Yeah, just leave it at that. Okay. It's a short list. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. No, okay, wait. No, I think I got it. It's just, you guys are cracking me up. Okay. That was really strange. I don't know what happened there, but I'm gonna see if this works. You guys can see that, right? Now, I tried to go more or less chronologically. Can you see my cursor? That's interesting. What? It's literally trolling me right now. Okay, I'll keep it up. And I wish I could play you guys these songs, but the rules on Twitch can be quite stringent, and I don't want to get like my butt kicked into next week. I don't have any strikes on my channel, which I'm very, very grateful for, but I don't want to start now, because if you get like 3, your channel gets deleted. Like, that's it. You basically can't do shit about it, unless you're like fucking really rich and famous, but I am definitely not either of those things. So yeah, I'll try and sing a couple of lines and just give you guys a feel for the vibe of each song. And so I'll also tell you guys the rules for like how I picked this stuff. So I tried to use like one artist / band per thing. Like I didn't want to double up, even though I could have put 25 Elvis songs. I was like, I want to see if I can like get a widespread kind of phrasing. And I wanted to put stuff on there that was maybe a mix of genres too. Stuff that may surprise you guys. Like a lot of it's pretty like poppy and stuff like that, but there's different types of pop in there. So not totally basic white girl energy. And yeah, I just wanted to kind of give like a little sampling platter of kind of my musical taste over the years. So vaguely chronological. But yeah. And yeah, MLG, it's very, very true that like a lot of people play music on their streams without issue. The only thing is, I don't know if I can even say this necessarily, so just between us, they're usually doing it illegally. They're doing it in such a way that their background music, whatever it is not actually it's going through a different channel, so it doesn't get saved to the VOD. And also it's like, yeah, so it's not being picked up in real time. Usually they're also like kind of more under the radar streamers as well. So if they had like fucking millions of followers or whatever, they would definitely get in trouble for it. But yeah, it's clever. And people had like told me before how to do it. Black market streamers, yeah, exactly. Like opening my coat. You guys want some fucking, you know, Aussie shadow? Anyway, yeah, so people very generously tried to like teach me how to do it. And I could have gone down that route. I don't know. I want to do everything as legitly as I can. The same thing like with the wheel, right? Like there's a scummy way to do it. There's a predatory way to do it. But I don't like that. Like I don't want to be someone that preys on my audience. And I don't want to be potentially opening myself up to like getting in very, very big trouble with, you know, Twitch as a company. If someone from Twitch happened to just be like browsing streams and then saw me doing that shit, like I don't want to have my hands dirty essentially. So, yeah, you want some licensed music. So anyway, hopefully this produces more of an entertaining output because I'll just sing some of it to you guys anyway. And so without further ado, the very first song on the list, which has a funny story attached to it, is Breakaway by Kelly Clarkson. And it's first on the list because it was the first song that I can distinctly remember becoming obsessed with, right? This was like being 11 or 12 years old. Now, it was pretty popular. You may have heard it before. It goes like this. I'll spread my wings and I'll learn how to fly. You know, I'll do what it takes till I touch the sky. And the funny story that's attached to it needs a little bit of explaining. And yes, I will eventually sing Money Machine Spooks. It's very funny. I'll do my best at least. So this is a really fucking random ass story. So you'll have to bear with me. But I have lots of cousins in Greece, right? One cousin in particular that I used to chat to on Facebook Messenger when I was like 12 years old, because she was trying to learn English and I wasn't really trying to learn Greek, but I just like talking to my cousins and stuff. I like talking to people on Messenger. And the conversation that we had was so fucking funny that like looking back on it, I can probably try and find it on my phone as well. Looking back on it is fucking like, I don't know, it's like simultaneously cringe and embarrassing, but also kind of cute and endearing. So at the time I would have been like 11 or 12 and she would have been probably 15 or 16, right? So a bit of an age gap there. And I was like trying to be all like fucking intelligent and like suave and shit. I'm trying to impress my cousin from across the world. And like, she's the one talking to me in like her second language, right? And I'm just like talking to her about the most randomest shit ever. And so I remember telling her that this was my favorite song and the explanation for it just cracked me up. So I have to find this. I should have fucking prepared this earlier, but Facebook Messenger. Let's see if I can find it. She's also really, really beautiful and sweet. When my parents did some traveling last year, they actually got to meet her for like the first time in person. And she got them like a little present, like some kind of chocolate or something like that. I was like, you didn't have to do that. What the hell? We should be giving you presents. But anyway, I might have to scroll for a very long time to find this, but I'm telling you guys, it's worth it. And yeah, just the conversation that we had was so funny. I don't know if I can say her name. I probably could, but please. I'm going to have to scroll back fucking 10 plus years. But yeah, this is where this first song comes from. Maybe I can sing it while I look, but let's have a drink first. So how does it start? Grew up in a small town. When the rain would fall down, I just stare out my window. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. Dreaming of what could be. If I end up happy, I would pray. Try not to reach out, but when I try to speak out, felt like no one could hear me. Wanted to belong here, Something felt so wrong here, so I prayed I could break away. Da 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 da. Oh my gosh, I'm scrolling and I'm only up to 2018. Fuck me dead. This is gonna take ages. But yeah, so I was obsessed with this song. It's beautiful lyrics, right? And I'm pretty sure I had a CD player. Well, I definitely had a CD player in the shape of a Barbie car, but is that how I was listening to it mostly? I might have had an iPod, I can't quite remember. But yeah, Kelly Clarkson is the GOAT. She's so beautiful and she's such a great singer. That song just connected to me, like on a deep level. And the lyrics, yeah, I don't know, just as a kid, like me, like doing my head bopping like I've been through some shit when really I hadn't been through anything. Oh my gosh, this is gonna take forever. I'm gonna try and search by message. Kelly Clarkson might come up. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I found it. Fuck me dead, I found it. Okay. So, I don't know if I should start from the beginning of the conversation or just the part where I'm talking about this song. Okay. Oh, I said, I'm on my iPod, okay. She sent me a song in Greek. I said, I like the sound even though I don't understand the words. And then she asked me, what songs do you listen to? I said, oh, I listen to a lot of songs, too many. She said, and this was her, like, you know, still learning English. Who is your favorite song? I said, Breakaway by Kelly Clarkson. She said, okay, I find this song and I'll listen to it. And then she said, it's good. And then I said, okay, smiley face. It's about spreading your wings and finding yourself. Doing everything it takes until you get where you want to be. God. And when was this? The 25th of February, 2012. So I was 12 years old. Doing everything it takes until you get where you want to be. Literally, oh, so inspirational, right? Like I've been through some shit. And then she said, I think this song's expressing emotions. And I said, yes, it expresses a lot of emotion. And then she asked me, I'm just going to keep going because this whole conversation makes me laugh so much. She said, do you like the school? I said, yes, I like school very much. Do you? She said, me too. I love the school. What do you want to do in the future? And then, so this is revealing, okay? Oh, fuck me. This is actually so embarrassing. This is where the cringe kind of comes in, right? So this part isn't cringe. The next thing I say is, I said, hee, that's good. I want to be an author. So even from back then, right? What about you? She said, I want to be a lawyer, ... And then I said, oh, that's impressive. I once wanted to be a lawyer too. Like, that's like, fuck. Like, oh yeah, I've already thought about that. Like, I'm 12 years old. That's gone and past me. Like, that's old news, right? Like, I once wanted to be a lawyer too. Why am I talking like that? You know what I mean? It's just so funny because, like, I don't even remember wanting to be a lawyer. I don't know if I was just saying that. Maybe I just had the thought and, like, that counted as being, yeah, like, I've checked that off the list. And I said, that's impressive. Yeah, very lofty goals. I know, right? Oh, fuck. I once wanted to be a lawyer too, in fact, indubitably. And then she says, what do you do in your free time? I said, well, in my free time, I like to sing, draw, write stories, and read. It's very funny. I could have said the exact same thing now, fucking like over a decade later. Then I said, what do you like to do? She said, I like to make my hair, to read books, listen to music, and go for walks. And she said, do you want to come to Greece? Yeah, draw, I know, right? I said, of course, I've always wanted to go to Greece. She said, have you ever read a book about the Greece? I said, again, sadly, no. Why am I talking like I'm in a fucking boardroom meeting? I don't... Sadly, no. I know a little bit about Greece, though. She said, have you ever seen photos from Greece? I said, yes, it's a very beautiful place. She said, if I find a book for the Greece, I'll send you. I said, oh, thanks. That would be very nice. She said, yes, and I want very much to see you. And I said, I want to see you too. You look very pretty and you sound very nice. And then she said, you look so cute, ... And then she said, I have to go out now, bye. And then I said, kisses to you too, bye. Like, we'd never met, by the way. We're just having like this really deep and meaningful conversation where I'm talking about having wanted to be a lawyer. Like, yes, back in the day when I was younger, I'm fucking 12 years old, by the way. I once wanted to be a lawyer. Alas, that time has passed now. Now I just want to be an author. Never did I think streamer would be on that list. But anyway, yeah, that's crazy. Later on, she's like, what time is it? I said, it's 8:03 p.m. What time is it where you are? She said, I'm at home. I waked up 20 minutes ago. It's 10:50 a.m. I said, oh, wow. Whoa, big time difference, eh? Like, I'm just making small talk. And she said, now where are you? I said, I'm at home too. I said, how is your home? I said, very big, which, you know, I guess that's true. Maybe it just felt big, like as a child. I said, it's very hot here though. And she said, okay, smiley face. And I said, smiley face. She said, what season have you got? I said, we're in summer now. What about you? She said, we're in the spring now. I said, wow. She said, do you go to the beach? I said, yes, very much. Do you like to swimming? I said, yes, I go swimming all the time. So again, that hasn't changed either. She said, and I do the same. I love swimming. I said, that's nice. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to go now. And then, like, I don't even know why. Sometime later, oh my gosh, February 2012 was when I said, sorry, I have to go. Then next time, February 2013. So like a year later, just mercy. A year later, I just send this to her out of the blue, no context, no reason. I must have just seen her profile and like felt compelled to say something. This is what I said to her after a year of not talking. You're so incredibly beautiful. I don't know what to say. Just thought that I'd let you know. And she said, oh, thank you very much, Emily. You are so good. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And I just sent a smiley face. That's the last time we spoke. And so, yeah, that's the story of me with my cousin. Like, us getting to know each other. I was like, yeah, 12, 13. And yeah, exactly. She didn't say I was beautiful. She said, you're very good. So I guess I was like a bit unfortunate looking back then. But I guess that just goes to show that I've always been this level of intense. It's just been like, it's been inside me all along. And just the way I used to talk, I don't know why, like, it's got like this old person quality to it. Like, yeah, yes, I once also wanted to be a lawyer. And yeah, just like, I don't know. The way that I talked about the song cracked me the fuck up. Like, I was so passionate about it. Blasting it on my iPod. Oh, God. Yeah. Fuck. And actually, that song is a banger. The bridge. How does the bridge go? Maybe I'll play a split second of it. I don't want to get into trouble, but... Breakaway. Okay. Wait, let me see the lyrics and I'll remember it. Oh yeah. Swinging around revolving doors. Maybe I don't know where they'll take me. Yeah, damn. It actually does go pretty hard. Innocent guy, welcome in, welcome in. Of course, you may enter the chat. Take a risk, take a chance, make a change and break away. Like, I don't know, it just resonated with me as a 12-y. And yeah, I do have a soft spot for Kelly Clarkson. I don't really listen to her much nowadays. A lot of those early songs on the list are similar. Like, they always have a place in my heart though. Yeah, typing like a 72-year-old coffee table book writer. I totally agree. And thankfully I've kind of relaxed a little bit because, yeah, I don't know, just feel like I was typing while wearing a monocle. Yeah, she has a talk show now, which is kind of crazy. And I think I saw someone ask what does my cousin do nowadays? I think she's actually like she's a talk show host as well. So that's weird. Just a little weird bit of, yeah, a law drop there. I don't know if it's online or if it's actually TV, but yeah, she's like a entertainment person too. So yeah, so that's the reason that I put Breakaway up there. It's one of the very, very first songs I remember being obsessed with, and that story always makes me laugh, just the way I describe it. Funnily enough, the second song by Panic at the Disco has a similar, slightly embarrassing story. And it was very, very hard to pick just one Panic at the Disco song to put on this list. And so the way that I came to picking this one was just based on the story. So really, I could have substituted almost any other Panic song into this, but this one has like some memories attached to it, which was funny. So Mona Lisa by Panic at the Disco. It goes, whoa, Mona Lisa, guaranteed to run this town. When it first came out, so I was a really, really, really huge Panic at the Disco fan, like really huge. And this was like a drop that I was actually present for. Like a lot of their music had already been out and I was like just joining the party late. But this was in the middle of their kind of, I don't know, before the band split up and stuff. And so when they dropped this song, I was so excited. It's like, oh my gosh, I was there, you know? And this song in particular, because like, you know, I was at the peak of my obsession, I played it on repeat so much. And I showed my brother, I showed my sister, and we all watched it together. And I specifically remember the lyric video that we watched like 10 times in a row. And we were just watching it being like, oh my God, this song is so good. Like saying it out loud and shit and being like, oh man, they're so, like they're geniuses. This band is the best band ever. And I remember the reason why this song and this memory stands out is because like my parents came out of the bedroom, like, because we woke them up. And they were like, oh my gosh, guys, we've been listening to you talking about this song for like the past 2 hours saying, oh my God, it's so good. Like, chill the fuck out. And it was true. Like at that point I realized, oh yeah, we spent like the entire morning just like fucking glazing this singular song to the point where it actually woke up my parents. Yeah, so we got humbled pretty quick. And I can't even imagine how annoying it would be to hear the same song on repeat over and over again if you're not the one wanting to listen to it. And so, yeah, it was like a moment where I had to check myself because they were like, this has gone on for way too long. Please stop. Because imagine them just hearing, whoa, Mona Lisa, like over and over again. Guaranteed to run this town. In like that kind of emo voice, you know. Oh God, it's so funny and so embarrassing. And from then on, like I tried not to, yeah, to be too overtly like loud and distracting, but just thinking it in my head, be like, wow, this song slaps. And yeah, so that's why I picked that one in particular. But I love basically all of Panic at the Disco's stuff except their newest album. Just saying, you know. Yeah, exactly. I turned both my parents into haters that day. SMH indeed. But yeah, so at their peak, man, Panic at the Disco was a shit. I think Black Parade is MCR, but still, I also really fucking love My Chemical Romance, and I was contemplating putting them in this list, but yeah, I had to be very like cutthroat. And so yeah, Mona Lisa, the lyric video specifically, because I think the music video wasn't even out. I don't even know if they made one. Did they? Actually, they probably did. But yeah, so this was like the earliest drop and we're like listening to it like, oh my God. I was like, Kichi, come over here. And yeah, listen to this song. My brother, come over here. And just listening to it on repeat and repeat and repeat. So yeah, both bands are very like sad emo style. I used to love that. I was like, my catnip back in the day, especially like, I don't know, the affectation that they put on when they sing. I know it's kind of goofy nowadays, but back then it was like so cool to be like, how do they sing? Like, I need like a good example. It kind of like, okay. Like, I don't know, they draw out their words a little bit. And what's a really popular song by Panic at the Disco? I chime in, haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No. And like they just, I don't know what they're doing with the accent, but it's just like it's the emo accent. And like that was the shit back then. It's what a shame the poor groom's bride is a whore. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No. And it's like, I don't know what that is, but it was very popular back in the day, and it wasn't just them. It was My Chemical Romance. It was like Green Day, a little bit of like the All American Rejects, and they were all fucking doing it. And nowadays it's more just like the I don't know what they call it, but it was like bananas and avocados. And yes, that's right, The Ballad of Mona Lisa. Thank you, Cody. Oh my gosh, it's been so long I can't even remember the full titles. But yeah, so I was really, I loved that, I don't know, accent, if you can call it that. Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Oh my god. And so like just imagine me and my siblings singing at the top of our lungs at like a, I don't know, 10 a.m. on a weekend. My parents are trying to sleep in and we're just like, oh my god, this song is so good. And that's all they can hear. It's like, yeah, pretty embarrassing. But still, that's why it was second on the list. And for our first time chatter asking how to spin the wheel, well, currently there's only one way, which is channel points. But if you'd like to contribute, well, it says here, if anyone wants to add something, be the first. It's the measly paltry sum of $25. No, that's not measly. But it's hot real estate. So you can add your suggestion within reason. So blank canvas, back to blank canvas. Let's see. I write sins, not tragedies. Fucking, yeah. I honestly, it's been so long, but I could probably sing almost every Panic at the Disco song. Like, oh my goodness gracious. Whoa, that's crazy. 10 fucking subs. You're joking me. Thank you so much. There's Elvis. He'll be coming up on the list, not to worry. Thank you. How many ahas do you want? He says. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, look. I'll wait till Elvis is done. It's a good chance for me to have a drink. Very, very generous. Thank you kindly. Because of what would... Elvis. Okay. Oh my god! Why is that so comedic? It's literally timed so perfectly. Oh gosh. W for the cherry enjoyer. Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. Oh, thank you too. Guys, you're spoiling me. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Look, this is what we're talking about earlier when it comes to the wheel. Legally, I cannot say to people, if you sub, I can put something on the wheel for you, because that turns it into like a lottery and I could get in trouble, and it would set a precedent that, you know, that's kind of the way to like, yeah, to get a prize or whatever, which can be kind of predatory as well. That's kind of why we decided that it's only to write something on there, not to actually spin the wheel. But if you want to spin the wheel, there is like a channel points thing, which I might change the price of it. Or I just do it as I feel, like just randomly, right? Randomly, guys, randomly. And therefore it's not a sweepskate. Is that what it's called? Sweepskate? Yeah, 6666 might be a bit rich. What about 6,666? Because I don't know how many cherries that people gain from one stream, because I don't have any. Sweepstakes, thank you. I have unlimited cherries, which for some reason, every time I have a guest on, they're always like, whoa, you have unlimited cherries? I'm like, yeah, that's very true. You have 48K right now? Okay. Interesting. because I want it to not be going off like multiple times a stream. I think 1 or 2 wheel spins is probably a good pace. Thank you very kindly. And look, I did say at the start of this stream that I am just taking suggestions. So, wait, but that means I have to put 10 pieces of clothing away. Fuck me. Thank you so much. And also, fuck me dead. Oh, no. No, you can't. Okay. There must be another way. Okay, that's actually so helpful. Thank you. I just realized. Shit. Okay. Okay. So if anyone has any suggestions, within reason, we can debate democratically whether or not we're going to put it on the wheel. And to test it out, we should spin it at the end of the stream. Like, let's just say that. But if there's nothing on it, it's not going to be very interesting. So. Pole dancing? No. Okay. Thank you again. And let me say your name properly, because I think you deserve it. Is it GN or like good night? Jack. I just call you Jack, maybe. And thank you, Quacks, as well, for the bits and pieces. I appreciate it. 10 pieces of clothing. You guys have to hold me accountable. Let's do the first one. And I've got clothes hangers, surely. Oh, this one. This is the merch that I got. Batch's merch. A YouTuber that I really like. YouTuber. He's, like... He's silly and absurd and funny, and he makes a lot of like reacting to stuff content, but in a way that doesn't feel super, I don't know, like contrived and like you've already seen it before. And his sense of humor is very similar to mine. So I got his merch and I love it. Though I think I've worn it on stream already, so again, the outfit challenge means you won't see it for a while. Let's do 2, okay? And what else have I got here? I've got a dress that I've been meaning to actually put up for a while because I don't want it to get creased. Thank you guys so much. Wait, what's a hype chest? An emote? Does that mean everyone gets that? What is that? What is that? Does everyone get that? This is a dress that my mum got me. And you'll hear me say that a lot because now that I don't buy clothes for myself because I have too many, I still get given them as gifts. And so my wardrobe becomes increasingly like from Christmas presents and birthday presents, etc. Once you reach your fun goal, does German know that you're going to marry him? It's between us, guys. That's between us and God, or potentially Satan, depending on who you ask. And yeah, he's hopefully going to be none the wiser. Because it's going to be kind of embarrassing. So, yeah, I don't want anyone in his circle, including him, to know of its existence. I'm going to have, like, a cardboard cutout or something. And here's the thing. I was debating whether or not to tell you guys this because I kind of wanted it to be a funny surprise. But, like, if I have a bunch of different masks, like just ones that I've printed out that I can swap out, it's almost like in an instant I could be marrying Germa 1 second and then all of a sudden... It's now Sans, and my childhood dreams coming true. So, look at this. Isn't this pretty? Have I worn this on stream during the outfit challenge? I can't remember. This goes over there because it's a dress, so give me 1 sec. Because what you guys don't see is that I actually have 2 closets, one there and one there. And I still don't have enough room. So that's 2. Next. Another dress that you guys have seen me wear before, and you're often very sweet when I wear it. I got this from the op shop for like, not very much actually. I can't remember the exact price, so don't quote me. But then I put this up because I was going to sell it. And then I realized I actually don't want to sell it. That's happened more than I care to admit. Years and years ago when I started my little side hustle, I'd go out looking for clothes and then be like, actually, I kind of want this for myself. So, cute, right? That's 3. You guys keeping track? What else? What else? My God, my room is actually going to be clean by the end of this stream, maybe. Thank you again, Jack. Nothing like extrinsic motivation, right? As for the hype emotes, it's only if you participate. Oh, okay. This is a turtleneck that for some reason I don't know. I wear this a lot when I want to be comforted because it's quite warm and yeah, I don't know. It makes me look like a cartoon character, but the French artist turtleneck. Fuck, that's so true. What the hell, man? Yeah, so whenever I want to be like, it's all about the feeling, the expression. Okay, sorry. Guys, I can't do accents, you know that. Oh gosh. It's tangled. Please. Okay. It would suit you. The accent or the turtleneck. That's very funny. French poet. Oh, I like that. I like it. If I like shorts, well, actually, I have more skirts than shorts. When it comes to streaming, I pay less attention to the bottoms than the tops, TBH. And I've just been wearing jeans all day, so I'm like, damn, black jeans. Is that 4? I can't remember. All you need is a red beret. I need a beret in my life, guys. That's actually very true. Thank you, Broken Lover. That's exactly what I needed. Yeah, streamers don't have legs. Don't even worry about it. Seriously. Like, you know what? This is absolutely true. Something my friend told me. Actually, you guys know her, Ragamuffin. She told me this recently, but not at the party. I can't remember when. So sometimes she works from home, like does like Zoom calls and stuff like that. And she told me that sometimes she doesn't wear pants, right? When on like the Zoom meetings and stuff. And I was just like, that's ballsy. You know, like I feel like I would just be thinking the whole time, oh my gosh, I'm not wearing pants. Oh my gosh, I'm not wearing pants. And like, I know it's kind of a meme that people did that like during the COVID era, but like, I didn't realize people actually were doing it. Like I would literally be dying of, I don't know, like paranoia and embarrassment if like I was streaming like this and I just wasn't wearing pants. Yeah, just literally just like, I think she was wearing underwear, but she also said that because she was like doing work from her laptop, she was about to like close her laptop to like go and get something. And then as she was like closing the lid, she noticed that the camera was like changing the angle of what people could see. And then she saw her own thigh and was like, oh shit, and like put it back up normally. And then, yeah, I was like, oh my God, you're actually living on the edge. And so, yeah, that was so funny. And like, I just thought, wow, I'm definitely not that daring. She was like closing it. Oh, that's my leg, put it back up. And I can't imagine like, how do you get that comfortable? And she was just like, oh yeah, I just don't like pants. And I was like, okay. Yeah, I know it's been a thing. Like some people have gotten in trouble for it, right? But I didn't realize that people were like just legitimately like, yeah, I don't care. As long as you don't get caught, it's fine. But yeah, don't even put that on the wheel. But yeah, it was just like very interesting. And I was like, damn, girl. I can only respect the hustle, right? But anyway, I don't want to leave a task half finished. So I think, did we get up to 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's do 5. Let me just grab something else. Another shirt from my grandma, which is also where I got this shirt from. My God, she had amazing taste. And so she passed away last year. I received a bunch of her clothes, and she was probably 80 something. So these clothes are genuinely vintage, right? Interestingly enough, like she's had these for ages, and yet they're kind of coming back into fashion, right? Fashion kind of goes in cycles. For a while, I'm sure this would be really like kind of daggy or unstylish, but like this looks kind of normal. Like it's just a nice blouse, right? And she just hung on to all her stuff, and I'm very lucky that I get to like keep a piece of her through the clothing, and that they fit me nicely or nice enough, right? So yeah, this was also from her. Polka dots. I don't know if I look that great in polka dots, but still, could be like a nice PJ shirt if I'm feeling extra fancy. And yeah, so a lot of the clothes in the back are also the new ones that I got from like when I went to my grandma's house recently. Though there are still more clothes in the garage, so it's a whole thing. 5. So I don't know if you guys want the full lore drop, but we're at 5 right now. I won't forget. My grandma, she passed away last year, like I said. It was pretty horrific. And I don't know if I've even mentioned this, but like my dad, he has a brother, right? So my uncle, one of my uncles. And so he was previously living, well, he still is. He was living with my grandma when she was still alive. And because she obviously owned a house. And now that she passed away, like they've been trying to organize like selling the house and splitting up the money and stuff. But here's the thing, right? Like, I don't know how much you guys care about this stuff, but it's like, it's topical and it's going on in my life currently, taking up a big chunk of that. So my dad and my uncle, they're not really on great terms. Like that's kind of a mild way to put it. They don't really like being in the same room as each other, to be honest. And so it's made this entire process so much harder. And like my grandma, like her house, without giving too much away, it's in a really good area. Like it's in a relatively well-off area. Now, that was just by chance, happenstance, right? The house itself is basically a shack, but it doesn't really matter. The land itself is what's valuable, right? It's, you know, the worst house in the best neighborhood type beat. Though this is not the best neighborhood. It's probably like, it's probably on the top 10, maybe even top 5 if I really wanted to push it. So this place, if it was actually treated with care and respect, it would probably be like a multi-million-dollar property. But it is a shack, for one, and it is literally dilapidated, as in it's fucking destroyed. My uncle, he's not in the best of health. For a long, very, very, very long time, he's had like drug issues and like addiction issues and stuff. And we've tried to help him, but it's not always that easy. For the past year, he's been living in that house rent-free, because obviously it's paid off. My grandma, she owned it in full. And we've been trying to sell, like get the place ready to be sold, but because of his habits, it's literally just become this, I don't know, there's really no polite word for it. It's a dump. It's littered with like, it smells like to the high heavens of nicotine and other things. It's like, it's covered in like tobacco and littered with drug paraphernalia and stuff like that, which is obviously not great. When I most recently went there, because it's quite far from where my parents and I live, this like suburb, etc. It's like an hour plus drive. When we went there most recently, it was to get a quote from professional cleaners that clean up houses and stuff to either be sold or like to be staged, etc. I don't know how much the regular price is, but the price they quoted us was $12,000. That's how fucked up this place is. To get this nicotine smell out of the walls, the carpet, the curtains, to move everything around. I don't particularly feel like much advice will be necessary, but if you guys have stuff like thoughts to share, of course, I always want to hear them. It's bad. And I feel for my uncle because, like, it's a very difficult situation to be in. He's in a tricky spot right now, and the fact that he and my dad aren't on good terms is just making it so much worse. And look, this is so far besides the point that it's barely worth mentioning, but if they were on good speaking terms and actually decided to take on the house or the land as a project and like to develop on it, they would make an obscene amount of money. Look, it's besides the point, but it's the reality of the situation. And because they can't come to an agreement and they need to sell it before a certain amount of time before they have to pay like a bunch of capital gains tax, they're kind of scrambling last minute for what to do. And also, because like my uncle doesn't want to agree to the $12,000 cleaning fee, like they're basically gonna just sell it as is. And someone, I just know, like someone with the slightest inkling and the slightest little gleam in their eye is gonna snatch this place up and fucking make like $3 million on it or more. Because my dad and his brother can't get along. And so like, it's just, yeah. It's unfortunate, and of course, again, it's not about the money. I would push away all of that money if they would just talk to each other and like actually make up for whatever like has been going on. But because my uncle is, yeah, he's pretty far down the rabbit hole. He's at that point where like, taking drugs and stuff, it kind of messes with your brain. It makes you paranoid, it makes you irritable, it makes you angry. And so you don't even realize why you're feeling this way, but you just feel horrible. And all you want to do is keep doing drugs, from at least, I can't say from personal experience, but from what I've seen. And so like, because of that, and because of their differences, because every time they try and talk to each other, they just end up yelling at each other. They're just like, fine, we'll just sell the fucking house as is. It doesn't matter, right? It's going to be the biggest L, seriously. And yeah, it's sad for multiple reasons. Trying to get my uncle help, trying to get him into rehab. But that old saying that like you can't really help someone unless they actually want to change rings true to me, at least, because he's staunchly against us interfering. Even though it's very, very obvious that like he needs something. Like he's not in a great state. He's extraordinarily thin. He's got like no teeth. It's really bad, right? And so I don't mean to be so lurid with the details, but that's just kind of the situation, right? Yeah, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That's exactly right, Cody. And so it's been very challenging, and he refuses also to like look into places to stay after they sell it, which will have to be relatively soon. And yeah, he basically does not give a single fuck about anything else than just doing more drugs, which is like kind of like common for people that do drugs, like the harder stuff, right? And the tricky scenario is also, without giving too much away, his job, like for some reason he still has a job. Like I don't know how he's surviving, my uncle, I mean. I was talking to my parents about like maybe we should do like a welfare check anonymously and get people to come down and just see his situation. Maybe they can help him. But because of his job, he has a government job somehow. If that were to happen, he would instantly lose his job. And my mum said that she's pretty sure that he would kind of just end it all type beat, which is fucking heavy AF for this type of stream. But here we are somehow. And so we're just like, okay, literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. And apparently my dad said that my uncle, his brother, was like, lose my number. I don't want you to text me about random bullshit about how I am or how mum is back when she was alive. Like you don't care about me. Just stop texting me. Stop calling me. I don't want to hear it. And since then, my dad's been really obviously upset about that. And now they're just like, they can't see eye to eye about anything. And so even with those clothes that I got from my grandma, and by the way, I did try and find one of those little babushka dolls. I think you guys were saying that I should like keep one as a memento. I couldn't find them. The place is just an absolute dump. And like it's a situation where I'm so grateful, like so grateful to be able to like, get to kind of keep a part of her legacy alive with the clothes, and obviously, yeah, like just being given so generously all that stuff. Like, I'm very grateful. Still though, I had to put these through the wash like 3 times because they smelt so bad. It was literally like the nicotine and like the weed, I think it's like more synthetic weed and stuff, like was baked into the fibers because my uncle has just been fucking blazing it up like crazy, right? And so yeah, I had to wash these so many times, and I have more that I have yet to wash. They're in my garage, like kind of tucked away. And when I go in there now, I can like like smell like a cloud of just like smoke, and it's really sad. It is sad. And yeah, I don't know. I just wish that my dad could find a way to get through to him, but it's like sometimes it really is just like you can only go so far. And so yeah, he's troubled. You know, that kind of addictive personality is a running theme in my family. Like, I know I see it in myself as well, and that's why like I'm pretty grateful that my addictions are mostly you know, harmless, so to speak, like my sweet tooth and stuff, my gaming and all that. And I know for a fact, if I ever, for any reason, were to ever try like drugs of that caliber, I'd be fucking gone, right? And that's why I lead a pretty straight edge life, right? Because like, you know, I know myself and I know my family history, and I know that we have a tendency to like just fucking get addicted to shit, right? And so I try and channel that addictive side into hopefully more productive things. And so like, I've never tried drugs in the traditional sense. I've had medication for various things, and that's about the extent of it, right? I just can't. And yeah, it is a terrible feeling. It's like, I was saying like, Dad, we really should do something. Like, I'm not comfortable with this. And he was like, I don't know what to do. Every time I try and like say something to him, he just starts yelling, right? And so this is where we're at currently, right? It's been an ongoing saga from when my grandma died a year back, which literally, now that I think about it, was setting the fucking tone for 2025 for me. I tried to keep streaming at that point, and like it just like my psyche, I think I took too much psyche damage. It was clearly not a good place for me to be in, because it's like fucking, I can't think of anything worse than having like the most horrible news delivered to you, and then someone like pats you on the back and says, all right, cool, now go out and make people laugh. I just felt like, holy shit, the internal contradiction of like wanting to just be like alone in a dark room and just cry for hours on end versus being like, hey guys, welcome to my channel. It's like, it just like does something to a psyche that I don't think is good. Anyway, that being said, like from way back then till now, this issue has been just kind of an undercurrent in like their relationship, and also just in like in terms of like our future, like what is going to happen to this house, right? Like, I don't know. It's sad for us for multiple reasons, but whoever is going to buy that place is going to make a stupid amount of money. Like, you guys have no idea. It's bad for us, good for them. I guess, you know, they'll put in the work to fix it up and stuff. I don't even think they're going to try cleaning the place. They're just going to knock it down and build like fucking 3 units on it. It'll probably run for, well, as it is, it's going to go for way less than it should, because it needs so much work. Even the people that want to knock it down, like they're going to have to put in the time and money and resources to do that. So it's going to go for way under market value. But if someone has the time and the dedication and the effort and can be bothered with all the permits and stuff, multiple millions of dollars they stand to make. So, and that's all just by virtue of like chance and timing, right? Because of course my grandma, when she bought the house, this was ages and ages ago, when you could buy a fucking house for like a button and a nickel, right? And so, yeah, crazy hot tip, guys. It's weird because I think in a strange way, like my dad's side of the family has had a lot of bad luck when it comes to that type of thing. Because before that house, when my dad's parents were still together, because they divorced when he was like in his adolescence, they had to leave the house that they were currently in, which is at this point in time a house that is in probably the best suburb in, I was about to say the city that I live in. It's not really a secret, but I try and not keep it too public. Literally the best suburb or close to it in Victoria and so on. And they didn't know that at the time. Like, you can't predict this sort of thing. Back then, it was like the same sort of thing as every other suburb around it. They sold the house for decent enough sum, but if they'd hung on to it now, holy shit, guys. If I was still streaming, like, I'd be one of those Nepo babies. I'd be like fucking rich AF, because yeah, it's one of those suburbs that just happened to pop off, and it's like worth probably 10x than it used to be. And so yeah, it's really just about being born earlier, guys, and like lucking your way into a rich area, because here in Australia it's really all about property and land value and stuff. But they ended up, yeah, because they divorced, they like sold the house, went to 2 different houses, which was the one that we're now trying to sell. And so yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. My dad's side of the family, I don't know, it's a bit of like some kind of Egyptian curse or something. Maybe they like rubbed a lamp that they weren't supposed to, because yeah, it's always just like missed it by that much type beat. You can never predict it, like what's going to be popular, what's going to increase in value. But the fact that it happened twice, like with the same kind of scenario, is really interesting. On my mom's side, I think it's been kind of just like mid. So I think that's, I don't know, is that good or bad? I don't know. But yeah, if I'd known about Bitcoin, I also would have bought a lot. I think I heard of it when it was like fucking being used to order pizzas and shit. But I thought it was kind of a scam, so I just didn't really think twice. But yeah, I was too young as well. My gosh, Waddy, it's been a long time. One of the OGs. I hope you're well. I meant to be putting away clothes, so I need to do 5 more. Let's do 1 more. Let's see. While I chat. Oh yeah, this is really cute. This is a jacket, I'm pretty sure. Now, sorry. Clothes hangers, please, please. Oh gosh, I'm wrecking my whole setup here. Oh shh. Chill, chill. See, because like this wardrobe is held up by vibes and pure hope. So it's currently trying to topple over. All right, let me settle this. Okay. Okay. My hands are up. I'm gonna focus on that wardrobe. If I can. Last time my wardrobe fell over in the middle of the night and it scared me shitless. So, yeah. I'm gonna focus over here. That's 6. What year is this? I know, right? But yeah, that's a little bit of insight into my life. It's kind of slightly depressing, but it's real. And so, yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. They need to sell the house before the end of the year, probably in the next 6 months. And yeah, that's not to say that my dad isn't going to get anything for it. He's selling a house, you know, like he's going to get a fair amount for it. But yeah, just a shame that they can't agree, and more of a shame that, like, yeah, they're not on good speaking terms. So thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Anyway, we keep talking about the songs. What was next on the list? I don't even know. Unwritten. Okay. So, you guys may have heard Kichi tell this story, but when I was younger, I fancied myself a bit of a writer, a bit of a songwriter, and a bit of a troll as well. So what I did was, where's chat? Is this working? Okay. I sometimes used to like writing down, hi Ben, my favorite songs in like my notebook. I also did it with songs from other languages so I could reread them and learn them and stuff. And so one time I wrote down the lyrics to the song Unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield. It's a song that goes, staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it, release your inhibitions. Like literally every shampoo commercial ever. Feel the rain on your skin. Oh my gosh. Pitchy. Also, the alerts aren't working, but yeah, so I wrote the lyrics down to that song in my notebook. And what I did was, and I don't even remember why I did this. I think it was meant to be a prank, but it was a prank that went too far. I showed it to my sister and I was like, oh my gosh, Kichi, look at this song that I wrote. And then I sang part of it like to her. Feel the rain on your skin, no one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in, no one else can speak the words on your lips. Okay, right? And like I really went for it. I was like, I just felt like, getting my feelings onto paper, and this is the song I wrote. Do you like it? Do you like it? She was like, wow, Emmy, that's so good. I love it. And I was like, I don't know, I guess I just felt some stolen valor because I did not write that song. I had nothing to do with that song besides just enjoying it very much. This was also when I was roughly like 12 years old. So it's kind of the troll era, right? For me. Talking about how I used to want to be a lawyer and yeah, how I'm just like this genius prodigy songwriter apparently. So all's well, the prank goes over. I never tell her that I didn't actually write that song. And so I can't remember how long it was, but like months later, I think, my sister, she would have been like 10 at the time. Months later, she hears the song, I think in public. She was with friends or at school, like somewhere where there's other people around. She hears the song, feel the rain on your skin. And she's like, wait a minute, what the hell? That's Emmy's song. And like, her first thought isn't, oh, Emmy trolled me, but rather, someone plagiarized Emmy's song and it's on the radio now. What the hell? We have to fix this. And so she literally told everyone around her, oh my God, this is actually my sister's song. What the hell? How did it get on the radio? Someone stole it. And she literally went around telling people that. And she came home from school or wherever it was. And she told me, Emmy, I heard your song on the radio today. And I was telling everyone that like someone stole it from you. It's very cute, right? And I was like, wait, what song? Unwritten. The rest is still unwritten. And I was like, about that, sis, my dearest darling sister, who I love very much and hope she doesn't smack me across the face right now. I just didn't write that. I didn't write that particular song. So it technically was unwritten by me. It was not written by me. It was written by someone else. And she was like, are you fucking kidding me? She didn't say that because she was 10. She didn't say the F-bomb. But she was like, are you kidding me? I literally just told everyone at school that you wrote that and I was defending you. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I felt so bad, but also it was so funny. And so now every time we both hear that song, she just gives me a dirty look. She's like, unwritten. Yeah, I see how it is. Yeah, it was written in my journal. It was another one of those songs like Breakaway that I was just like getting my feels about. And so I just written it down and like, it's like, this will be a fun prank, not realizing how far it truly would go. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else. I feel so bad, guys. I don't know, like I don't think I'm cut out for the pranking life, because I don't know, seeing her earnest little face and like hearing that she was actually being a good sister to me while I was being a troll sister to her, it really taught me a lesson. So since then, I mean, I did do some pranks since then, but not to that depth. And then later on, I think you guys know the story. My mum banned pranks because like it went too far with the chocolate ice cream. So, oh gosh. But yeah, that's that story. And forgive my singing, guys. You know, it's like etsy getsy. But yeah, I didn't tell her that I hadn't written it. I was just like, I just let it sit, like swim, you know? And I honestly should have told her. But I don't know, maybe I just like that feeling of having made something. And so thankfully in the future, I actually ended up rerouting that passion, that ego or desperate need for validation into actually making my own stuff and not stealing other people's work. Because a plagiarist is, yeah, that's all stolen valor. You know, it's not real praise and it's not real good feeling if it's not actually yours. So, yeah, maybe that's where the compulsive honesty comes from. Because seriously, I can't bear it anymore. I just can't. I can't bear the thought of, I don't know, just having someone believe you and you know that you're lying and you're just like, oh, it's just, yeah, it's not a good feeling. So plagiarism is lame. I totally agree. It's much more interesting to actually make something yourself and see what people think. Because like, I don't know, it's a real gauge on their thoughts and feelings about you, which is like way more like soul soothing than what someone thinks about what someone else made, if that makes sense. But yeah, it is something a 12-year-old would do. It's true. Let's put away another piece of clothing. We're on to 6, 7. Sorry. 7. What else do I have? Jeans. I want to put away shirts. Shorts. What's this? Ooh. Nice blouse. With shoulder pads like most of the stuff that my grandma had. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but literally every fucking time I stand up, my legs just go click, click. I swear I have the soul of an old person and also the joints. And also, I'm not sure if Jack is still around or if he just like dropped 10 subs and left, but that's king shit right there. Crunchy. Fuck, that's funny. Yeah. Crunchy ass joints, you know. You look like you won the jeans lottery. That's very sweet. You know, I've become inoculated to most flattery because, you know, just doing streaming is kind of a thing. But careful now. Don't start what you can't finish. That's 7. Okay. Poetry is hard. It is hard. Unoriginal until college. That's so funny. I definitely feel like my skills increase almost exponentially. Like, once I got to university, because I'd been writing about, I don't know, I could probably find an old piece of my work, but guys, I'm trying to look cool here. Like, I was writing about stuff that had potential, but seriously just was not it. And then I got to university and I don't know, just like getting older in general, being surrounded by people who are also as obsessed and nerdy as you are about the same thing, and like immersing yourself like almost 24/7 into a discipline. Like you're bound to get better, right? It's almost concerning if you don't. And so that's kind of what my experience was in university. And not to brag, guys, but I did do pretty well in school, both in high school and then university, though it was contentious, I'm not going to lie. When I handed in my honors thesis, it was graded by 3 separate people instead of the usual 2, because one assessor wanted to give it a really low score and the other one wanted to give it a really high score. And so they couldn't agree. So they had to send it to a third. And the third, thankfully, agreed with the latter. And I ended up getting like a high distinction, which is like basically the top band. But I can't remember the actual score. I think it was like a 91 out of 100. So can't complain, right? But seriously, if the other person had had their way, I think I would have had like a pass. So it's weird how it can be that that split. That's the nature of poetry, right? It's quite a subjective discipline. There's like specific techniques, right? Like you can point to things and be like, oh, they're doing that for this effect. But sometimes it's just about someone's preference, and there's no real way to get around that. So I'd like to believe I'm better now too, but you know, that's always the hope, at least. Are you inoculated to flattery? Oh, that's funny. You seem to get flattered all the time. It's true. You guys are very sweet. I guess I hadn't heard that specific line before, or like in a while. So it got me in particular. You should release the L poem, the lucky laconic da. The G lotteries. Yeah, you got me. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, guys. I do have some new stuff in the Poetic Shop, which I'll show you in a bit. Should we do the next song first? Because, holy shit, I didn't realize it would take this long. I hope you guys don't mind. Hot and Cold. There's a story for this one too. Brutally looks mugged by poet streamer. Oh, God. See, okay, now you don't start what you can't finish. That's very funny and very silly. You guys have to start being less charming, because how's a girl meant to do any work at all? But gosh. I don't know you a lot and I think you're cool. Stay like that. Okay, now you guys are just doing it more. I'm gonna swoon. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. The streamer giggles for 5 hours straight and doesn't say a single word. That's what this stream is about to turn into if you don't behave. Hot and Cold by Katy Perry. So I have never been the biggest Katy cat, whatever they're called. Catty cats. The fan club for Katy Perry. I liked her songs, like her early stuff, and it was on the radio all the time. So, you kind of had to be somewhat of a casual listener. But when I was in primary school, specifically year 5, I think, we had music class, and we each had an assignment to pick a song and then do a mime of it to like get a grade, right? But yeah, the Catty Cats. And so I don't know why, I think it was just like really popular at the time, but I chose Hot and Cold. And I'm glad there's no recording of this mime. We didn't have to sing. We literally just had to go. And so the song, I'm sure you guys all know it. You change your mind like a girl changes clothes. Yeah, you PMS like I would know. Okay, so that song, right? Imagine like a year 5 Emmy, so 11 years old, miming to that song, not knowing what PMS even meant. I thought she was saying pee a mess, like to pee in a toilet. I didn't know PMS was like a thing, like, premenstrual something syndrome. Yeah. And okay, just the mime. I think I was taking it pretty literally, because I was like, because you're hot, then you're cold. You're yes, then you're no. And I think that's why I chose it as well. Because like, this will be easy to mime to. Like, you're in, then you're out. You're up, then you're down. And like the mime class, like the task itself was meant to be more of an interpretive dance, but I just took it extremely literally and picked like the most mimeable song. And oh God, I got a 9.5 out of 10. And this just shows what kind of child I was, precocious and never satisfied, because I was upset that I didn't get a 10 for that shitty dance. Oh my God, it was so bad. And you know what's crazy? I wish I was making this up. Because I got a 9.5 and not a 10. Yeah, corrupt judges, I totally agree. I did another mime, which I didn't have to do. Like, everyone only had to do one, and you could do extra if you wanted to. But I was like, no, I'm going to get a 10. I'm going to get a 10. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to get a 10. And so the song that I picked was TikTok by Kesha. Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, that song. I don't know why I picked that. Again, it was probably just really popular at the time. And this is what I did. You can probably guess. Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop now. Oh, oh, oh. Like, literally, I did the clock ticking thing. Very literal-minded. And I was like, oh, yeah, that slapped. Like, I'm for sure going to get a 10 out of 10. And that time, I also got a 9.5 out of 10. And so I was just fucking fuming, right? Yeah, 2010 cold. I know, right? This was probably back in 2010. So there we go. I'm so glad that there was no one filming, because I think I would have actually perished from the shame, the embarrassment, the utter embarrassment. Like, it was already embarrassing enough, like doing that mime in front of the entire class and the teacher. Yeah. I'm just getting like cringe, like shivers. You know that feeling? Rating you a 9.5 to get under your skin. Like, honestly, that's a good score. I don't know why I was so cut about it. I think maybe one of my friends must have gotten a 10 and I was just like feeling jealous and competitive. Surprised your iPod wasn't stuck on replay. Oh, it was. Oh, God. Honestly, God bless Kesha. She's had some hardships. She's come out of it. I don't know what to say, except if you guys still like me after hearing all those embarrassing AF stories, then you're a real one. For real. For real, for real. Because, yeah. Because you're hot, then you're cold. Holy shit. Like, my friend, I think she did Taylor Swift Love Story. And she, like, did a beautiful scene of, like, you know, falling in love with someone and then, like, drifting apart or whatever. And then, like, they get back together. It wasn't just literal, like, you know, it's a love story. Like, that's what I would have fucking done, apparently. And so she got a 10 out of 10. And I think maybe I was like, oh, I have to get a 10 now. So, fucking, you know. Baby, just say yes. It's like, oh my God, what was I thinking? And so, yeah. I also, when I went to high school, Cody, I had a teacher that wouldn't give full marks to anyone. But by then, I'd become okay with that idea. And it did make me work a bit harder. But, like, I wasn't so cut up about it. And so... Romeo, take me somewhere we can be alone. Like, I don't know, man. Fucking hot and cold. So that's why I picked it. Because of that, like, the cringy memory, but also it's so foundational. Like, one of those things I just have to accept about myself. Hot and cold, guys. You get it? I know it's like, it's only 300 IQ that can understand that, but it's meant to be symbolizing the words. Fuck me dead. That's actually embarrassing AF. Okay, I'm gonna put away another piece of clothing. Because I just can't. So, what's next? Just a random ass shirt that I think my mum gave me. An oversized shirt that I'll probably use for working out. And I think that makes 8. Oh wait, it's inside out. Fuck. Have to wonder what that. Have to wonder how long to realize what that song was really about. Yeah, so both of those songs are a lot more mature than I realized. Oh, and that reminds me of another embarrassing story. I did a bunch of embarrassing shit in primary school specifically. I might have told you guys this one before though. Give me a sec. Okay, so again. In primary school, right? That's 8 pieces of clothing, by the way. Every year, our school did what's called like a fete, as in like a little parade. And there was like rides, like carnival rides. There was food. There was like arts and crafts that you could do. There was like, what's it called? Like a garage sale type thing. There was a lot going on at this fete, and there was also a talent show, right? And my friends at the time, they wanted to do a dance to the song Untouched by the Veronicas. And this was like, yeah, I think I have told this story before. So that song goes, I feel so untouched right now, need you so much somehow, I can't forget you, going crazy from the moment I met you. Like, that's how it goes, right? It's literally about being horny AF and like not having your partner with you. I didn't know that at the time. I just thought it was like a cute song. I didn't really think anything of the subtext. And I was like, Mom, I really want to be in the talent show. Can I please go on with my friends and do the song? And she was like, no. There's no way in hell that you're going up on stage in front of a bunch of people and like dancing around in a little outfit to that song. And I was like, but Mom, please. And we had a full-on fight about this. Years later, I'm so glad that she said no. But at the time, I just thought she was being like strict for no reason, right? 'Cause she never explained what it was about. And so I had to tell my friends basically on the day, like, I'm sorry guys, I can't be in the dance. And literally they did it without me. What the fuck? And I couldn't bear it, so I had to just walk away from the stage while they were doing that. I just heard the song, I feel so untouched right now, need you so much somehow. And I was just like, that could have been me. But now I'm so glad that I didn't, because yeah, W Mom, I totally agree. And so it's one of those moments where as a kid you think, oh, they're being such buzzkills for no reason. And then you get a bit older and you're like, oh, actually the reason was very valid and thank God, you know? Like, I think the embarrassment would have been way too much. And also it's just like, no, just no. I don't know why the other parents were okay with it. But maybe they just thought, oh, they're kids, they don't know what it means, so it's fine. Still though, it's kind of sus. It's a little bit sus. My mom even told me back then, she was like, pick literally any other song and I'll say yes. And I was like, no, they want to do this song, Mom. Like, I have to go with them. Like, they're my friends. It's like peer pressure AF. And so, yeah, that's why so many embarrassing things like in primary school to do with music and stuff. But yeah, that's another one. At least it's not on the list. But yeah. Can you review my song? Your mom would let you dance to it. That's very funny. We usually don't do self-promotion here, but who knows? If you stick around, maybe. That's... I can't even think of like how she must have felt trying to turn me down, being stubborn AF, because I'm just like, please, Mom, please. I really want to do this dance with my friends. And she's just like in this impossible situation, basically lose-lose for her. But yeah, I'm really glad that she told me not to. So, yeah, if you need more songs, Cody, absolutely put that one on. Very fun. It's still catchy AF. But yeah, at the time, I didn't know what it meant. So God bless my mom as well. Just God bless everyone. You know, I'm agnostic, but still, who can replace God? Isn't that a question? Sans bless everyone. So the next song is Eyes on Me by Celine Dion. Ooh, so this song was basically the one I picked out of all the Celine Dion songs because I love Celine Dion. I love basically everything about her. And I was like, I can only pick one song per artist. That was my self-imposed rule. So I'm going to pick this one because it's fucking catchy as fuck. And it's like sexy. It's like musically complex and interesting. And I think, yeah, it's Celine. It's not like the most vocally challenging because, you know, her vocals are amazing. I could have picked something more impressive in that regard, but it's at her most vocally, like, I don't know, just fucking locked TF in. And it goes, I know the ones in love, you don't think of the devil who's inside. It's kind of got this, like, I don't know, like almost Middle Eastern, like, feel to it. And maybe it'll come one day when you'll feel safe and I won't have to hide. You'll hear what you wanna hear. Blink once I could disappear. Oh God, I can't sing it anywhere close to how she sings it. But it's just so good. And it's like, it's dark and yeah, it's really, really great. I love so many of her songs, it was hard to pick just one. Yeah, It's All Coming Back to Me Now is another fantastic one. I basically got introduced to her because of my mum, who used to play her music in the car when she'd pick us up from school and stuff. And so I basically just learnt all those classics as well as the golden oldies from my dad's car, which is kind of where I learnt about Billy Joel way back before I even knew it was Billy Joel. And so, yeah, she says, you better keep your eyes on me and say that you want me. Open up your heart, even if it's hard. Say that you need me. So it's also like a very vulnerable song, right? But it's just like, yeah, super like ear candy-ish, and just fucking love it. I remember blasting that like full volume, like that meme where that guy's just like head banging and it's like, it's all happening. Yeah. And yeah, she's Canadian. It's a shame that she's like, not a shame that she's Canadian. It's a shame that like she's ill. Like her health has been not great. She has that thing, like, I think it's like where you end up, your muscles end up like locking up, which is just, it's horrific for anyone. But like for a singer, I can't imagine what it's like to have your passion, your job, everything all in one be compromised. I've heard that she's managing it though, but still, that's fucked up. There's been times where I've listened to her music and literally just gotten like a wave of just like, wow. It's almost like moved me to tears because her voice is so powerful, so strong, and it comes out of such a small package. Like she's a pretty petite like individual, right? And yeah, when I listen to those songs, I feel powerful, I feel sexy, I feel like, I don't know, I just feel the emotions that she's putting out, and she drags you into her world. And so yeah, and yeah, my heart will go on. Yeah. P.S. Jack could have fit on the door as well. I totally agree. But she's got, like, besides the really popular hits, she's got so many awesome deep cuts. And like, I think from that specific album where Eyes on Me is on, there's a couple of others too, which, if you'll bear with me, Celine Dion. It's all coming back to me. It's an old one because, oh, maybe, so Love Me Back to Life, that album fucking slaps. There's a song called Breakaway there too. But besides that one, oh, Taking Chances was also one that I used to love playing. What do you say to taking chances? Then Alone, how do I get you alone? And then, oh my God, this whole album, Taking Chances, was just, I think that's the one that my mom used to play on repeat. So I know pretty much all of them. I Got Nothing Left, Map to My Heart, oh my God. This is so sexy. Wait, let me see if I can play a bit of it. Like, are you kidding me? She says, oh God, I'm probably going to get in trouble, but let's just try. White chocolate kisses under the stars, riding on horses, boys with guitars. If you really want to get through to me, you don't have to try so hard. And then later she says, just follow the map to my heart. And she's just, oh, she's so good. I love her so much. And yeah, a special place in my heart, speaking of mapping someone's heart, just because of that early influence and yeah, just the quality, you know. She's a singer of quality. And so that's why I picked it. If I had my way, I'd probably make, you know, 100 different songs on this list, Celine Dion songs. But I had to be very tough and strict with myself and pick just one. So Eyes on Me, because it's got that funky, like, I don't know, almost like Snake Charming vibe to it. If you guys want to hear a snippet of it, you can hear the percussion. You get what I mean, right? And even the way she sings it almost sounds like it's got some kind of accent. And all the ones in love, you don't think of the devil who's inside. Ugh, it's so good. And I'm pretty sure in this album she's not wearing a shirt. I always used to think she was wearing a shirt, but it's just a blazer. What a power move. Because I used to think that necklace she was wearing was like the top of her shirt, but no, she's naked. So, yeah. You'll hear what you wanna hear. Blink once I could disappear. So good. Next piece of clothing, then we'll do the next song. We might have to do this in installments, I don't know. We're getting through it. 8, 9. We're nearly done with the clothes. My gosh, my legs, they're just crunchy. This is one of my favorite shirts. White silk. White chocolate kisses under the stars. Riding on horses, boys with guitars. If you wanna know how to get through to me, follow the map to my heart. Please be calm. And we'll do one more while I'm up. What am I doing? Another shirt from my grandma. Do I have a favorite movie? Yes. I think some of the OGs will know. I mean, if I say Cat in the Hat, that's kind of just stealing it from my sister, but it is like Cat in the Hat. Or maybe Austin Powers, the entire trilogy. Okay. And that concludes the chores. Yay! Seriously though, to Jack who donated, or gifted subs rather, thank you so much. I can't say how much it really means, because like, holy shit. Especially coming back to streaming and being like, do people still care? Are people still going to want to subscribe? Like coming back after hiatus and seeing the like subscriber number 0, it's like, yeah, that's real. That's fair. And so, yeah, it means a lot. And to also have my room slowly but surely get cleaned in the process is like what we in the military like to call a win-win scenario. So, we are so back, guys. We are so back. And still, I am taking requests, not saying that I will write everything on here, but if people have an idea that tickles me pink, then I'll put it on. So, it was never over. You're very sweet, Ben. I think now, before we keep going with the songs, I want to show you guys something, because we're like roughly halfway, maybe a bit over. I think I had it prepared. Here's something I prepared earlier, guys. Or did I? I've added some new stuff to the Poetic website. The Poetic shop, I should say. Hopefully it loads, because before it wasn't. Because we've been talking about it for ages, but like I finally actually got around to doing it. And the midstream shop plug. You know how it is, guys. You know how it is. Full screen. There I am. Here. And we finally added some new content, if you can believe it. So this is my shop. It's how I basically, you know, make a living in supplement to streaming, and kind of helps me do this more or less full time. We make everything in my childhood bedroom, and when I say we, I mean myself, my mum, and sometimes my auntie if someone orders a toy. And so we've got some new stuff here. Let's have a look. These 3, and did we add the posters or did we not? We maybe haven't added the posters yet, just the postcards. But I've made some new posters that look really cool too. which I can maybe just give you guys a sneak preview of if they're not on here. So these are kind of cursed. But let's start with, we'll do it in chronological order. So Scary Emmy was first, I think. This is Freddy Fazbear Krueger Emmy. It's scary. Now my mum, she's so funny. She's like, what should I caption this? And I was like, oh, just whatever your heart says, you know, what comes to your mind. And she said, Scary Emmy. And I thought, you know what? It is scary. And that is Emmy. So like, it's kind of perfect. And then I was like, how about we put sweet dreams ... or else, because that's kind of like the poetry or else catchphrase. And this one was a lot of fun to do, even though I was crashing out because of the liquid latex, like I always do. And it's so niche and so specific that like I don't blame people for being like, what is this? And I'm pretty sure that this type of thing is only for the most hardcore cherryites, whatever you guys call yourselves. I don't want to say fans because that's like, I don't know. I don't want to put you guys below me, you know what I mean? Freddy Krueger isn't that niche, that's true. But Freddy Fazbear Cherry Krueger is. And so, yeah, it's for like the most hardcore peeps, I should say. And we did test some out today. We printed some out. I just wish I could show you guys. They're still back at my mom's place and they haven't been properly laminated yet. So when they're fully done, I will show you guys. It's scary shit, guys. And I'll show you what it looks like on the back. They all look like this on the back. But we've actually been working on printing with this new paper. So, because what we used to do was print on like a normal sheet of paper and then like stick another piece of paper to it sometimes so it would be thick enough, or laminate it like specially on one side. This time, if the paper actually works and doesn't jam in the printer like it has been doing, then we can basically make the process a little bit more streamlined and have the actual postcard look a lot nicer too. The ones before also weren't really nice, but this is just like chef's kiss. And so they're functional postcards, guys. They're a bit bigger than regular size postcards, which is hence the price, but this is AUD as well. So if you're around the world, if you're in the US, for instance, it'll probably be $5 or something. So yeah, viewers, fellas, fellinos, guys, gals, non-binary pals, everyone in between. Because, yeah, this is kind of freaky, you know? But not as freaky as this. Again, Mum said, what do I write on this? I said, go with what your heart desires. An Emmy monster. Emmy monster. And it's just true. Like, it's actually like, oh yeah, Emmy monster, okay, well. It's art, it's the moment, it's an unforgettable sleigh. And if you're wondering why her face is covered, well, if you know, you know. So in the movie, because first I was confused. I was like, Mum, why'd you put the QR code over my face? In the actual movie Monsters, Inc., every time Mike Wazowski's like on a magazine or on a poster, somehow his face gets covered by sticker, and yet he's never mad about it. He's always like, oh my gosh, I'm on the cover of a magazine. And so she did. Emmy's on the cover of a postcard. And I was like, that's perfect. We're not changing that. And she also found like some kind of Monsters, Inc. font, which hopefully we can use without like any issues. It's cute. I think it's cute, even though that's fucking scary AF. But that reminds me, I wanted to make sure to say this, especially when it comes to the next one. When it comes to the backgrounds. So my mum, she is retired now. She used to be a graphic designer and she still does it like kind of freelance on the side. Because of that, she like has these special websites that she goes to, stuff like FreePic and like Pixabay, stuff like that, where you can get copyright free pictures to use as backgrounds and like for whatever work that you're doing. Usually you can even use them for like commercial work too. So that has been perfect for her and for us up until most recently, because now those websites, there's a bit of an issue where sometimes you can't tell if the picture itself is like handmade, or as in like human made, or if it's AI generated. Now, you guys know my thoughts on AI generated stuff is it's complicated, right? And I'm not as anti-AI as people might think, as in like, I think it's a very hard to discuss topic with a lot of nuance, and I'm not nearly clever enough to unpick it, right? But I understand that people have gripes with AI generated stuff, especially artwork. And so all the stuff that we've made is ours. I just want to say that every single thing that we've made on this website is ours. I can't be for certain though when it comes to some of those backgrounds, because the people that post it, they don't disclose it, right? And you can pick it out for yourself sometimes and be like, that looks a bit sus. But you're basically trusting in someone else to just post stuff that they're allowed to post that's been made relatively ethically. And so like, the reason I'm bringing it up is because you'll see in the next image, I was almost like, maybe we should change it because I don't know if it is AI, but if we go down that path, it sets a precedent where you literally can't trust anything anymore, as in like what's online. And that seems like not only inefficient, but also just impossible to manage, right? I can know for certain that I can sleep well at night because all the stuff that I've made with my own hands, right? And not to say that it's even bad to have AI stuff. You just have to disclose it, right? Like I've played around with AI tools before. I've like talked to it on stream. I flirted with myself. It's only bad if you're pretending that you actually made it, right? I think anything else, if it's with proper disclosure, is like, well, that's fine, right? And so, because I've also used it like way back when it was first becoming a thing, before ChatGPT and all that stuff. I was using it for like experimental work, but it was always something that I disclosed. I didn't say, oh yeah, guys, I spent ages drawing this. I was like, a computer made this for me. And I like, I did the prompt, or like I was playing with the settings. That was my role, right? I'm totally fine when people do that shit. I know that's more of a moderate opinion than some people. Some people say if you use AI in any capacity, that it's unforgivable. I don't agree. And in fact, I think that it's only going to get more prevalent in society. I just don't like the non-disclosure because, it's like anything. You want stuff to be labeled accurately. And you want to make sure that from a practical standpoint, if we're going to be like crudely pragmatic, that the buck doesn't get unfairly passed to you because, naively you trusted someone and they give you something AI generated. And so that's something I've been thinking about lately, because those websites now are basically all compromised and it's hard to tell. Like, even if you go into Google Images nowadays, you type in something, it's like, it's really hard to pick out stuff because it's just getting so sophisticated. And again, it wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't so hard to tell. Because I know, like, I want you guys to be getting the best quality for stuff, right? And if you guys are investing your time and your money and like your resources, whatever form it takes, like I want that to be done with the most transparency as possible, which is why I tell you stuff like, oh, we do everything at home except for the mug, blah, blah, blah. Or like this is easier to make than this. Like I want to be upfront if I can. And so that's where this next postcard, I wanted to give a little warning because I can't tell. Now, maybe that's a good sign to just change it. Still though, it was so perfect that I was like, you know what, let's just see how it goes. So you guys liked Green Man so much that we decided to try making a postcard. And my mom did the caption again. I always love seeing what her captions are because they're so like, I don't know, they just seem so mum-ish. Like she just says something that's kind of really obvious and I'm just like, you know what? But that's so true though. The thing that I was saying, I'm not sure if it is AI, is the background with the like planet and the people, right? Yeah, I kind of want the one. I want this one too. And so we actually did print some out today, and they look fucking fantastic. So I cannot say with full transparency that it's not AI. I don't know. It looks borderline, right? Weirdly enough, for an entity that's not of this world, it almost fits, right? Though that's like an after the fact justification, right? Which is, yeah, super convenient, right? Of course, it works out in your favor if you just make it so. But it's something I want to keep in mind for the future and see if I can pivot like some of our postcards and stuff to maybe me making the background so I can just be 100% sure. Or to, again, maybe like put a little note in maybe this spot here or like down the bottom that like where the images were sourced from. So that way I can be like, look, it's, you know, it's kind of up in the air. So it's fucking freaky. Green alien man. This guy is out of this world. Thanks, Mum. That's actually really true. And yeah, that photo. Oh my God. How freaky. If you want, you can use my drawings as backgrounds, Cody. That's very sweet of you. I feel like I'd be too, I don't know, I'd feel like I was taking advantage. That's nice as an offer. And look, maybe I'll take you up on that at some point. Because it's going to look like we'll need to pivot. Because look, just imagine if I was one of those really big time streamers that had like millions of followers, right? And I posted something that had that was AI generated, knowingly or unknowingly. It's really no excuse. I don't think people would have an overly sympathetic perspective, especially at that point. Probably you can just commission your work. But when we're doing it ourselves, yeah, I'd be fucking cooked, right? And it's really hard to vet because you just expect those websites to actually like have your back. There's a tipping point and I'm not sure, like I don't want to get to that point, if that makes sense. Yeah, Grok, make this background not AI generated, exactly. And so my mum is the one who's familiar with these websites, and I don't think there is a way currently to check if it's AI or not. And again, I wouldn't even have an issue if it was clear, because then I could make my informed decisions, justify it or skip it. You know what I mean? This time I'm not sure. I know I haven't really been on Twitter. I basically quit Twitter like cold turkey one time, and I'll tell you guys the story as well. I can just imagine how hectic it is now. But yeah, so that's my little spiel. I'll probably say it again in the future if we happen to look at this in particular. And who knows, I might end up changing it if I decide, actually, yeah, that's probably very much AI. But this one I'm weirdly proud of because we ended up like collating a few different images together. Like, so that planet picture is actually different to the border that says Green Alien Man. And then my mom added this like white line that goes around it and that goes behind him and then goes like above his shoulder. And I was like, why does that look so fucking good? Like it looks professional, you know? And I was just like, I said to her at one point, Mom, do not change a single thing. That looks impeccable. And like the font that she chose as well, like, I don't know, it's so goofy and so silly that it kind of wraps around into being like kind of awesome. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. And I think the first postcard that's not a character that I play, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Emmy in a Hat was me. Squidward was me. Freddie, Mike Wazowski. Did we do any others? So there we go. And so, yeah, with some of these, it's free shipping because postcards can be sent pretty flat, like a letter. And hopefully that makes it a bit more affordable for people. And yeah, like we also have a bundle. Where is it? Like down here. So you can get 10, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. For like a little bit of a discounted price. And yeah, it's a labor of love, guys. Literally everything we've made is by our own hand, and like, you know, with this stuff we print the text onto like jumpers that we source, and my auntie makes the toys. we take all the photos ourselves. We mock up the thumbnails in, well, my mum does it in like InDesign or whatever, to the point where, and this sounds so silly, but it's like those little things that matter. You know, when you like hover over your, you hover your mouse over like one of the products and it goes black and white. Like that's not automatic. We have to do that manually. And so in like the back end, we have a thumbnail of the colored version and then a thumbnail of the black and white version, just to have that little fucking satisfying feeling. You know, of when you hover over it, it goes black and white. So she goes out of her way to help me, and she's literally an angel. So I want to try and have this, you know, this business, I guess you could call it, steadily grow over time. And so eventually I can, like, you know, well, keep streaming for one, of course, that's the main goal. But also be able to like give back to my mom and dad, because they've given me so much that it's not even funny. And like I could spend the rest of my life working to pay them back and it would not be enough. But you know, if I can do it this way, through making a bunch of silly stuff and hopefully having people enjoy that silly stuff, then that's like, that's the perfect scenario, right? So yeah, we've also got more stuff coming, if you can believe it. So if none of this tickles your fancy, which I don't blame you, that's why, you know, we tried to go for a wide variety of stuff. I've got some new posters coming up, and I sent the mock-ups to my mom so I can show you guys on my phone. Here. This one, which I thought was kind of funky. I'm going the full screen mode. Am I out of focus? It's fine. This is flipped, but just imagine that it's not, right? It says, oh, it says poetry or else. Kind of like the cherry hypnosis thing and like the X-ray text, and it's pink. And then this one, which looks deceptively simple, it's poetry or else, and then in the background it's got like a bunch of colors written out in different colors. Yeah, it's fire, right? I don't know if you guys have ever seen that challenge, but there's a bunch of colors written out in colors that aren't their actual color. Like red will be written in green, and you have to try and say, I think, the actual like color that it is. It's really hard to explain. So that's kind of what I did with this, and it's a bit like a tongue twister or a brain teaser in one. And also the blue in the background I thought was a really nice color. I tend to go based on what I think looks interesting and hopefully not something I've done before. So that's coming up. And then this was just like an interesting little glitchy side effect type thing. Wait, come on. It says poetry or else, and it's like kind of visually interesting. So, gosh, those are coming up, and I think I've got a few more as well, but yeah, that's for the poster lovers out there. It's really fun actually to make them, and something that calms me down. Like I just hop on my iPad, I hop on Procreate, and just like, I don't know, just see what happens. And eventually I think it would be cool if I had a whole wall somewhere where just these posters were up. But I'm still debating whether or not like the aesthetic is worth the just terrible narcissism required to do such a thing of your own work. Still though, I've tried to make this stuff look actually like interesting to people, and so that when people like purchase it, it's not just because I want to support my streamer, but it's because they actually think it looks cool, you know? So we've got a bunch of different kinds of stuff. But yeah, it all means a lot to me, except that picture right at the top. Oh God. And so yeah, we also try and include a bunch of freebies if we can, because we do a lot of like practice runs trying to perfect it and stuff. And because of that, we often have like, you know, postcards, for instance, that aren't perfect, but are basically in great nick otherwise. And so we just like send it out because it's like, what else are we going to do with this, you know? And yeah, that fucking photo, don't even get me started. So if you guys like these streams and want to see more of me, and want to have a piece of art that I've touched or, you know, that we've made together, my mom and I, that's the place to go, and here's a link. But I won't belabor the point. You guys get it. And yeah, that's literally the face that I'm making. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sea Locket does have everything, which is crazy. Incredibly flattering. And, you know, I just hope that that it's genuinely rewarding and, like, not just, you know, just because, oh, you know, Emmy's telling me to, so I should. Like, it should be the other way around. Like, I should be striving to make quality stuff for you guys instead of, like, you know, having you guys settle for anything less. So, yeah. Metal sheet prints and you can change them every month. That's that's a great idea. What the fuck? Rush. I am rushing to that idea. Sorry, is that a thing? I'm gonna talk to my mom about that. And then maybe we could even sell the metal, like the metal stuff, so then people can do that too if they want to. I should write that down. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, because, like, filling a whole wall is cool, but then it's just there and people come in and they're like, okay, you fucking love yourself. So, like, having it be, like, swappable, swap-outable is a good idea. Thank you. What was I talking about? Full of ideas. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. We're talking about the songs. Let's go back to this here. The next one's Delta Goodrum. I have so much to say about Delta. Why the chat? Yeah, okay. But before we do that, does anyone have anything that would be funny for this wheel? Because, like, I know you guys. You're a creative bunch. Just a chore. I don't want to do more chores, guys. I'll make it a tiny slice. Like, see how this is, like, where is it? It's cut down the middle. I'll just cut it again down the middle and be like, chore. But it's a good one. It's funny to do. Yeah, it's like, it's actually really good for me to be doing my chores. When I say chores, I mean putting away my laundry. Because, like, I am basically fine with every other, like, cleaning thing except folding fucking clothes and putting them away. It's never ending. Oh god, I was almost going to title this stream I Hate Laundry. So, it sucks. It actually sucks. Especially socks. Oh, they always get lost. Like, I find one sock and I'm like, damn, where have you been? You know? And yeah, it's just so annoying. Especially, you know, first world problems when you have a lot of clothes like me, too many clothes. It gets a mess and, like, hard to, yeah, keep track of everything. And the next time I want to put on an outfit, it just ends up messy again. So, yeah. I like this stream. I'm glad. I like having you guys. Okay, the wheel is going to be here, guys. Just imagine it being here at all times because I don't want to hold it. But if you guys come up with ideas and they're cherry enough, whatever that means, then I'll put it on. So the next song is Almost Here by Delta Goodrum and featuring Brian McFadden. Oh, I'll write a poem. Like, yeah, that could be good. Also, it has to be, it can't be monetary. That's also another thing, because that turns it into more like a lottery, and I don't want to get anyone in trouble, and I don't want to, like, cause, like, a gacha system, you know what I mean? But yeah, write a poem, that could be nice. I was thinking, like, 5 minutes of Emmy doing, like, ASMR, or maybe that's a punishment. Give Ben $100 million billion. Yeah, I think that's good, actually. And so little things that are feasible but also funny and maybe a little bit embarrassing for me because, you know, that's where the best content is, I guess, you know. Masochistic or sadistic streak. I don't know. But yeah, because I wanted to give away postcards and stuff, but then I was looking it up and apparently that's actually illegal. Because like it incentivizes people to spend money on the chance of something instead of like the actuality of something, and that basically turns it into a lottery. And if it is a lottery, then you need specific rules and regulations like TOS, and I'm just like, I can't trust myself to do that properly, and nor would I want to like gamify people's what's the word? I don't know, like their wallets. Just want that to, yeah, I want us to have a nice chill time and keep this for entertainment purposes, right? Still, I want to put stuff on it, so I have to think of something. But yeah, Almost Here. So this is a very ballady, sad in my feels type song. I also really love Delta Goodrem, so she's an Australian singer. For some reason, she had a like kind of a bad reputation for some reason. I think it's one of those tall poppy syndromes because she's obviously gorgeous, like literally gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. A great singer. She's a bit like, she speaks her mind sometimes, and maybe people don't like that. But for a while, she had like a very bad reputation, even though like I didn't really see it. And her music was very influential to me as a youngin as well. I used to bump her music on my iPod and just get in my feels. And so it was hard for me to pick just one again. I picked this one because it was like quintessential to me. It was like, I don't know, the one I probably listened to, not the most, weirdly enough, but the one that like sums up her style and her vibe. And it goes, only almost here. She's like singing about how like her boyfriend or whatever is like distant AF, even like geographically, and then even when he's there, he's like emotionally distant. I'll remix one of these for you. If you did that, I would absolutely watch that on stream. You fucking crazy cat. Even the Discord, you should join. And she sings like, when I need you, you're almost here, and I know that's not enough. And now I'm with you. I'm close to tears, 'cause you're only almost here. Something like that. That was a terrible rendition, but you get what I mean. It's a high-pitched, kind of breathy, like sad, ballady song. And then the guy, he's like, I'm sorry that I took our love for granted. And he's like really apologetic and shit. And she's like, it's too late. You know what I mean? Like they're basically having this duet, and it's just, it's dramatic, almost like soap opera-ish. It's intense, it's high stakes. And I loved it. Like I used to listen to that shit and be like, yeah, I totally know what it feels like to have an emotionally distant partner, even though I was like fucking, again, like 10 years old. Like, I don't know. So I just was going through it. And honestly, when it comes to Delta, I listened to a lot of her songs, and for a very long repetitive time, probably more so than I listened to this one. But for some reason, when I thought what would be most autobiographical, I think the image of me like just rocking out to this particular song made me laugh the most, so I put that one. Because the other ones would just be too real, and like it'd be hard to pick. So yeah. I wonder if I can play you guys just a snippet of it. 'Cause you're only almost here. And by the way, Brian McFadden, I think at the time, was super, super popular. So when they did the duet, it like blew up. Oh yeah, back when this style was like super in. Did I hear you right? 'Cause I thought you said, let's think it over. You have been my life. Growing old, and I couldn't bear growing old without you. Oh my god, it's so good. And then like the bridge, I think people, like if you're around the scene at the time, especially Australian, you probably know the bridge, like sorry, pre-chorus, I think. Bridge bruised and battered by your words, laid, embraced and shattered, now it hurts. I need the lyrics. Haven't I always loved you? Almost here. Did I hear you right? He's like flabbergasted. 'Cause I thought you said, let's think it over. You have been my life, and I never planned growing old without you. Haven't I always loved you? It's so fucking like, it's operatic almost. Yeah. Bruised and battered by your words, dazed and shattered, now it hurts. Haven't I always loved you? But when I need you, you're almost here, and I know that's not enough. And when I'm with you, I'm close to tears, 'cause you're only almost here. It's like, damn, that's heavy shit. But like, it goes so hard. And I think it was one of her, like, not necessarily breakout songs, but like a very popular one that kind of blew up for her. And I think they were together. I don't know if they were together. Wow, what the fuck? In the people also search for, let me show you guys. Look at that. Unwritten. What the fuck? And Lost Without You, I love that song too. I'm all out of love. And Born to Try is really good too. Oh, she's so good. But yeah. I guess I was into my ballads and stuff way back when. It kind of mellowed out since then, which is good, I think. But yeah. What was next? Once Upon a December. So this is an interesting one. One of the rare movie songs from the movie Anastasia that I put in. I mean, of course, there's a connection to my birthday, which is in December. But also that song is so addictive to listen to. And especially for me, when I'm trying to like warm up my voice, or like when I'm trying to like almost challenge my voice as well, I will do a little singing exercise, singing like the first bit of that song. Yeah, December Babies Unite. I know that's right. I don't know if I can do it now, but it's really high pitched for me. So it's like, dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. And like, there's something about the melody that's really like beautiful and lush and kind of like a lullaby, which I think is by design. And it just, the song builds and builds, and it just like gives me chills. That rhymed, by the end of it. And yeah, I can't really do it. I need to blow my nose, guys, which is really disgusting. So just give me a sec. Oh, maybe it'll help. Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm. Like, it's fucking up here. It doesn't have to be. Like, I could sing it like this. Dancing bears, painted wings. But that's not really how the actual song goes. And my voice isn't that steady anyway. Things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. It's really beautiful, and I can't even like, it just like builds and goes, and it just like, yeah, carries you along, and it's very epic. It's an epic kind of song, and so it's not really my usual style, but I put it in because, yeah, December connection, and also because I really enjoyed that movie. I saw it when I was a kid, and I haven't seen it for a very long time, so I barely remember what happens in it, But like, of course, it's one of the classics, and so yeah, like the nostalgia is real. And January is only a month away. We were made for each other. Just saying. I think you might be onto something there. Like, yeah, as long as you also don't get the joint present thing. Sometimes, like, the December babies get a Christmas and birthday present together, and sometimes even the January babies do, and that's tough, because, like, hey, man, can't retroactively give me a Christmas present. That's fucked. But yeah. What else? That song is so fucking good. Wait, I need to look up the lyrics for that too. Someone holds me safe and warm. Horses prance through a silver storm. Figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember. Things my heart used to know. Things it yearns to remember. And a song someone sings once upon a December. I can't remember if she goes up or down at the end. December. It's really short and sweet. It's fucking great. You know, I'm like partial to a ballad every now and then. I think I'm learning. And then right after that, we kind of have a big switch up, and we go from kind of, you know, movie, operatic, ballad-ic to Duran Duran, which again was so hard to pick just one. Union of the Snake. I had to pick like a summary of like my favorite Duran Duran song, because like I basically inherited my liking of them through my mom, because she's a big fan, and I love disco, I love pop, and they basically like fucking paved the way, right? So you guys may know, yeah, Come Undone, Can I Keep From Falling Apart? That song is so good. At the Seams, and that's also really high pitched. You may know Hungry Like the Wolf. Do do do. Sorry, if you know, you know. Do 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 do. That one. They've had a few very, very popular songs. And so I tried to pick one that was like one of my faves and a little bit of a deep cut, because I could have put Hungry Like the Wolf, but everyone knows that one. So Union of the Snake was my favorite song, and probably still is, even though it's hard. There's like 50 in the top spot. It's weird. It's like the lyrics are hard to pass for meaning. It's a bit more poetic, but it still feels pretty sensual. I love Invisible as well. Invisible. So good. The union of the snake is on the rise. Moving up, it's gonna break, gonna sink through the borderline. It's weird, and I like it. I don't know. Union of the Snake. If I listen close, I can hear them singers. Oh, voices in your body coming through on the radio. It's just, I don't know. They kind of paved the way for not only music videos. Actually, I think the first ever music video was Girls on Film, with a bunch of girls naked mud wrestling, which is respect. But also writing songs that had, like, I don't know, that were a little bit inscrutable and a bit esoteric. Like, you know, they weren't the first to do that, but like they really went for it. And so this is the first stanza. Tell me what this means. Telegram, force, and ready. I knew this was a big mistake. There's a fine line drawing my senses together, and I think it's about to break. If I listen close, I can hear them singers. Oh. Evto, welcome in. 10 stream streak. Wow, aren't you a good boy? Yeah, like, what does that mean? Like, what does that all mean? Telegram, force, and ready? And then the next, like, verse. Nightshades on a warning. Give me strength, at least give me a light. Give me anything, even sympathy. There's a chance you could be right. Like, I don't know. You know, like, I have no clue, and that's what makes it so fun. And yeah, I respect that they're just doing their thing and like coming up with some catchy AF songs in the process, right? Um, Give me strength, at least give me a light. It's something that they've done pretty like what's the word, consistently, even with some of their other songs that are more straightforward, I suppose. Like Come Undone, fucking great song. And like New Moon on Monday, New Religion. It's a new religion. Oh, I'm something to see. I can't help myself. It's a new religion. Like, I was like, if I have to pick one, I'll make it this kind of, yeah, deep cut. So I'm glad that you don't mind that, Cody, because like, again, I could have picked the most popular songs from each of these artists, and for some of them like Katy Perry and stuff I did, but there was a reason for that. For the artists that I really love that I could have picked any, I was like, okay, let's pick one that's a bit more interesting. And so yeah, same thing with Billie. Of course I had to pick Billie, pick at least one of her songs, and I picked Bossa Nova because it's probably the sexiest, and also just like, I don't know, I love the lyrics, what it's talking about. It's ostensibly about like sexting someone or like having a clandestine affair. And I'm like, damn, Billie, you're really going there. So respect. And also the vibes in general are just pretty immaculate. Love when it comes without a warning. It's just, I don't know. She's at her peak, like coy, sultry, but also like bossa nova is a actual, like, I guess genre, would you call it? And she's doing the genre, like, so she's not just co-opting it for no reason. She's doing a smooth jazz kind of rendition and just giving it her little like sensual twist. And yeah, also the fact that I could play it at least a little bit on guitar. It's so good. It's so good. So she gets A plus from me. I like a lot of her work. My mum is the big Billie Eilish fan, surprisingly. And I don't know, like, if this has a lot to do with it, but my mom said that I remind her of Billie Eilish, and I've actually gotten that a few times from people. It's always an incredible, like, incredibly flattering thing. But sometimes I'm just like, holy shit, like, that's crazy work, because, like, I don't know, we both just have dark hair, and yeah, because we both like music and stuff. So then I'm like, okay, well, does that make me the discount, like Billie Eilish from Wish? Like, you know, I guess that's still pretty good, so I'll take it. But yeah, it's weird because she is someone that I deeply, deeply admire, both creatively and just like, you know, with who she is as a person, from what I can glean at least. And so when I get compared, it's this weird dual mix of like, holy shit, that's so awesome. I can't believe I just got compared to someone I really admire. And also like, holy shit, now that the comparison's been made, I feel so inadequate. But it's like, it's ultimately a compliment, but still, you know what I mean? Because you see them as so great, then you're just more aware of how far you are from that. And so, weirdly enough, though, I used to think for a very long time that I wanted her life or her lifestyle. And then I realized very quickly, once I got even the smallest, tiniest pipette drop of like a taste of that medicine, I realized, no, I actually really do not want that. For two reasons, or like I learned it in two different ways. One time for a concert of hers, I dressed up like her, and so it was COVID times, or like just after COVID times, and so I had a mask on, right? And I dressed up in a very Billie Eilish looking outfit, and people actually thought I was her for a little bit, and just that feeling of people watching you everywhere you go, and like kind of whispering and be like, oh my God, is that Billie? Well, first of all, I felt kind of bad because I'm like, well, I'm actually not her, so I don't want people to be disappointed. But also like that feeling of just like no privacy. I got a taste of it and I was like, you know what? It's actually quite nice to be Emmy, just me as I am. And I get to kind of pick and choose when I want to be perceived, if that makes sense. And another time was like, you know, streaming and stuff, of course, being a public figure, so to speak, you will run into the occasional person who may be a bit more dedicated, shall we say. And so I have had like a very brief, thankfully, and dealt with now, encounters with like people who try and find out where you live. They try and find out information about your personal life. They get invasive, or they do certain things, and like that was like pretty intense enough just on this small scale. I can't imagine what it's like to have literally hundreds of millions of people like obsessed with you, knowing what you're doing, and like trying to stay sane. Oh my gosh, melodies! It's been so long. Yeah, you guys know I live in Australia. So the thing is, like with Billy, like if she's out and about, someone takes a photo of her at a coffee shop, like she literally cannot escape it because she's that fucking famous. And so, yeah, it's like it's one of those things where I used to think that I wanted something in particular, got a little taste of it, and realized actually, thank fuck that I am not mega rich and famous. Well, the mega rich part is still debatable, but there's such a beauty and a peace in like your own private solitude. You know, I'm in my own private domicile and I will not be harassed type beat. And yeah, I guess I was feeling inadequate, and that's why I was like, I wish I was her, right? I'm in Toronto. I don't mind if you find me, Emmy. All right, well, I'm on my way, so I hope you mean that. Yeah, I was just feeling inadequate about myself, and that's why I was projecting onto her. I was like, oh, I wish I was like that. And I think now I'm at a spot where I'm like, I can respect her art and, you know, everything that she does, while also being like, I'm also just okay to be Emmy. So it's a nice place to be. Though still, yeah, I don't know. For a while, I was like, wow, I should just stop, because like I'm interested in literally everything that she's interested in. When I say she, I mean Billy. And I obviously am not as good, because like look at the difference in our situations, right? And that kind of talk is just so wrong. Like it's so unproductive and so like borderline delusional, if that makes sense. Like it just is making false like equivalences and serves you in no way at all, right? Except making you feel miserable. And was simultaneously like devaluing her work and her effort in an effort to like make me feel better about myself. And it's like, yeah, okay, we do have different situations. That's life. And there's enough room on this planet for two people with black hair to make music. It's fine, Emmy, it's fine. And so, yeah, we have an interesting, complicated relationship. And again, like most of the people that I think about, she doesn't know I exist. But I really do respect what she does. And Billy Bossa Nova is such a great song. It's yeah, it's smoky, it's sexy, it respects the genre, and yeah, it's beautiful. So I don't need any assist in feeling miserable. Oh gosh, yeah, that it really is how it is sometimes. It do be like that. And so yeah, I've been trying to stop thinking in those ways, because like I don't need to already stress myself out on top of living life in general, which can already be stressful, right? I don't need to escalate the situation, right? And I don't think jealousy / envy is a good look on me. Like, I'm not usually a jealous person. And maybe it just hit with Billy in particular, because I saw maybe like potential in myself to be like that, and then realized that like it's not, like that's not going to happen. Like I'm not going to be fucking touring the world doing concerts like that. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to be my life. And I was like, that's sad. But now I'm like, okay, well, I'm actually quite relieved. And so, yeah, we've all got our shit to deal with. I'm sure there are some days where she's like, fuck, I wish I didn't have to go out on stage for the next 2 hours and jump around and sing. Like, I wish I could just curl up and watch Netflix. You know, like it just, it put it into perspective for me to actually have empathy, believe it or not. That's, yeah, a helpful tool. Instead of just seeing the like 2D rendition or rendering of her life as we see it usually. Joke's on you when the book tour happens. That's very, very sweet. Who knows? Yeah. I'll go to a stadium and just read a poem, and it'll be extremely quiet and I'll look out and see everyone is literally just fast asleep. So, mission accomplished. Yeah, the grass is greener. That's exactly right. And I don't know. I've been trying to like expel any jealous feelings for anyone because it's not a productive emotion. It's actually a consuming emotion, and it makes you worse off for it. Like when I'm fretting about, oh wow, I'm not as blah 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 as this person. I'm not creating work, am I? I'm not actually serving my community or hanging out with my friends and family. I'm sitting there stewing, and it's like I just feel like my time is better spent doing other stuff. Though again, that's hard sometimes because like it's you're trying to logic your way out of a feeling, which doesn't always work. But sometimes, you know, with enough attempts, you can get close to like just veering off before you get too in your feels about it, right? Anyway, yeah, when you're jealous, you're in lack. That is absolutely true. That is such a good way to put it. And like one of my key values, which I've said, like, you know, from the start of streaming in general, but also before I even started streaming, that feeling of abundance and just freely giving what I have to give when I can, right? If it's possible, if it doesn't cause harm to me, I want to be a generous person with my time, with my energy, like with my praise, you know, like with my money. And when you're feeling jealous and envious, you're in absolute lack, you know? And I don't like that feeling at all. In fact, I find it to be a bit of an embarrassing feeling. I don't like to feel like I'm in a state of lacking something. And so whatever psychology's behind that, I feel envy for people, but thankfully never the super famous ones. Can think of a few things worse, honestly. I've come around to that opinion too. I guess I thought of it in a very two-dimensional way instead of three-dimensional. I thought about the money, the clout, you know, the free stuff, the touring the world. Like, it sounds like so much fun, right? But then you think about the actuality of it, the logistics of it, and it sounds like a nightmare. And like, I don't mean to be crass. This is just the first thing that comes to mind. But like, can you imagine, like, if you're a girl being on your period and then they're like, by the way, you have to go out and do a concert now. And you're like, my God, this is the worst day ever. You know what I mean? But besides that, when you're super, super mega famous, it does not matter if you are literal, like Saint Mary herself, Mother Magdalene, the Virgin Mary, people will find a way to talk shit about you. It's just the law of the universe. With exposure comes haters. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the fuck you do. I mean, obviously, if you're a little shit, people hate on you more. But like, sometimes people will hate on you because other people like you too much. And it gets annoying hearing people be like, oh my gosh, I love this celebrity so much. So eventually, it's just like, you know what? I hate this celebrity. And so it's one of those things where, can you imagine the scale, like the magnified scale of being super famous, how many haters you just accumulate saying stuff that will hit you in your deepest like wound, right? They'll say something that you've never even fucking thought of before. They'll be like, by the way, you know that mole that you have on your neck that like no one's ever seen and you've actually never noticed until now? Yeah, that's fucking fugly and you should like go jump off a bridge. Like, you know what I mean? And then from then on out, it's like, oh shit, hey guys, welcome back. It's like people are creative, and that's both a blessing and a curse because they can use that for good or evil, right? They can lift you up or they can tear you down. And when it comes to like a mob mentality, and especially an anonymous one, it takes on a life of its own. And there's like whole communities dedicated to hating certain celebrities, to analyzing everything they do and reading it in a bad way. Like if someone donates money to charity, it's like, well, they're obviously just trying to clean up their image. And it's like, yeah, maybe, but also they donated money to charity. Or like if someone speaks up about an issue, it's just like, it's just hard, right? Because one of my least favorite things is when people misread my intentions or like they try to misrepresent what I'm doing or saying. Because for so long I've fought in my writing and stuff to be represented accurately or like to the best of my ability, right? I've always been so scared of being misunderstood. And part of being like a public figure, especially the more famous you get, is like loosening the reins on how much of your own image that you can control. And so, yeah, like people being uncharitable is such a big turnoff, because like I really value grace and graciousness, and it's like the opposite of that, right? And so like to think about what it might feel like to be just doing your best and living your life, and then people just hate on you, it's like, damn, you know? I think charitability is a good thing in general. And I don't just mean this, the typical like money charity. I mean like to give people a second shot, you know, to forgive people if they deserve it, if they've earned it. To like, I don't know, to have like the gentleness and tenderness in your heart, because, you know, as cheesy as it sounds, it's really what makes life worth living. I don't want to live in a world where people are just jaded and suspicious of each other and jealous and, you know, like all that stuff. Who does? And so, yeah, also I do subscribe to that theory too, Melodies, that celebrities stop maturing at the age they get super famous. It's like Arrested Development, right? And that just compounds the problem, because especially with like younger celebrities, Justin Bieber, like that kind of thing, like they're grappling with a lot, right? And then the public kind of gets on them, and then they lash out, and then the public lashes back, and it's just back and forth. Yeah, it does not sound like a fun time. And I don't know, I would just be constantly itching trying to like set the record straight, but then the more you try, the more you're just feeding into it, right? Yeah, Justin Bieber is definitely gone through it. And so, yeah, it's just like, it's one of those things. I am not surprised that a lot of celebrities end up going a little bit crazy, and that they end up getting pretty out of touch as well, which is unfortunate. But the only safe harbor is basically with other celebrities. You basically can't make any friends anymore, outside of other celebrities, because you never know if people actually give a fuck about you or if they just want something from you. And that's a horrible headspace to be in at all times. That suspicion, pervasive suspicion. It's horrible. I can't think of anything worse. Personally, like, my peace comes from taking people at face value. If someone says, hey man, I think you're cool, like, I will take that as their truest intention, and they're not just saying that for whatever reason. That peace absolutely disintegrates if suddenly you are a cultural asset, you know? And so it's kind of like the productification of people, which is scary to think about. Yeah, the Disney kids went through it, the Nickelodeon kids went through it. They all kind of, you know, had their issues, and you have to wonder what is the common denominator there besides fucking Dan show me your feet Schneider. But yeah, it's like being a celebrity is well, I can't say what it's like. I can only imagine. It just seems like it would be a very uniquely isolating experience, despite the outward glamour, despite the sheer adoration that you get like worldwide. I can't think of something more lonely, you know? And it's just one of those weird paradoxes. The more adored you are, the less seen you feel, maybe. And so, yeah, that's just me musing, right? I can't know for sure. And I do think that those people, they probably fill the gap with all the stuff that they can buy and the new things that they have access to. But like Baby No Money says, this high is temporary, but these diamonds are forever. I don't know. I think he's being incredibly ironic and sardonic, actually, when he says that. Like, you can try and fill the void with, like, jewels and drugs, but the thing about a void is that it sucks in everything, including light, and shows no mercy until you actually fill it with something sustainable, right? It's going to be different for everyone, but yeah. We're getting deep, guys. Is that wacky? I don't know. Emto says, I thought of you today while listening to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Elvis made an in-person appearance. What the fuck? I need to read that. That's so good. Yeah, man, we're gonna get to Elvis as well, but damn. Okay, he's in a few songs. I'm glad that you guys, you know, still keeping the Elvis, things alive, you know? You just baited me, Emto. That's crazy. Avoiding yourself costs you yourself. That is so beautiful and so true. That's the start of a poem, Ben. Emto, you debated me. No, I said you're a good boy earlier, but I think you're actually a naughty boy. Is that true? And Rush, yeah, money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure does buy healthcare. Fucking A, tell me about it. I have so much to say about the state of healthcare. It's not even funny. Like, yeah. I'm not like a political streamer. I'm not an economic streamer. I don't know enough about those topics to speak with any real authority. But I just think that, like, surely in terms of pure productivity, like, which is kind of the most, you know, materialistic way you can think of a person, surely productivity wise, having, you know, pretty good access to healthcare would be like a priority. You know, if your society is sick and, you know, barely scraping by, they make less good work. They make less work and they make less good work. And so, like, I don't know. We have a pretty sick, as in ill, society. And I don't have any real solutions, just the knowledge that, you know, all you can do is start with yourself and see if you can work outwards from there to your most, like, your closest inner circle, and then go out and out. Because it's now too big of an issue for any one person to do anything about, you know. The instability and the illness is baked into the structure itself. And so what can you do? It makes you feel a bit doomerish, right? A bit hopeless. That's how, like, I don't know who they is, but like the people that benefit, like, you know, rich billionaires, etc., like the bourgeoisie class, etc., they benefit from keeping people scraping by, distracted, unsatisfied, unfocused. Because if people did get their shit together and organized, it'd be so over for them, right? We need to bring back the guillotine type beat. But it's like, it's way easier said than done. And now the further atomization of, like, people in society has left us all suspicious of each other and, like, working and voting against our own interests too. So it's just, you know, it's one of those things where the solution is scary to think about, but I think it's possible, and it might have to happen, like, eventually, because things just reach a boiling point and bubble over, whether that's tomorrow or in 10 years, when people can't afford to literally live in the houses that they work for, like when the bills are higher than people can sustainably afford, when people can't buy food. Like, what the fuck do people expect is going to happen, you know? And so, yeah. Try to work from the inside out, and you'd be surprised, really, how much good is out there and how rewarding it can be to just make even the tiniest little ripple, you know? That's why volunteering is so good, and donating stuff, participating in charity, whatever form that takes, and also working on yourself, because that's really the biggest investment, right? Like, I always think to myself, I can't better serve my community if, like, I'm operating at 50% when I could be at 100%, you know? And if I care about serving my community, which I do, then obviously it follows that I should care about myself, which sometimes feels like a bit harder of a thing to admit, you know? Yeah, you can't help anyone without helping yourself. And so you got to be like, treating yourself like a luxury car, right? Give it the good fuel, treat it right, take care of it, wash it, wax it if you want, I don't know. Because you want that thing to function and to function beautifully, whatever form that takes. Because otherwise, you know, if you don't have good fuel, you literally can't do what you're supposed to do. And again, this is not just a car metaphor, guys. Whatever it is that you're supposed to do, whether it's like art related or whether it's more like, you know, logic based or with your hands. Yeah, I thought I kind of got lost in the weeds for a second, guys. I thought we were talking about Cars, the movie. No, it's like just treat yourself like, I don't know, maybe how you treat your best friend if you were, like, let's say you, for some reason and somehow got body swapped with like someone you really, really care about. Putting aside all the like initial lurid and lewd jokes and thoughts that you might have. Like, let's say you swapped with your best friend or someone you care about, like, yeah, anyone. How would you treat their body? Like, would you treat it in the same way that you treat your own currently? Knowing that eventually you'd swap back and they'd be like, what the fuck? You didn't sleep for like a week, dude. What the hell? I have to deal with the consequences now. What would you put into it? Like, what fuel would you give it, you know? What habits would you start or stop? It's a good little gauge to see, well, maybe I should actually change that stuff. If I don't think that behavior is acceptable for someone I really care about, why is it acceptable for me? And so if I got body swapped with someone like my best friend, for instance, I'd probably sleep more consistently. I'd eat more consistently. Because for me, it's just kind of like a whenever situation. You know what I mean? I would make sure to get all my vitamins and stuff in check. I try to stop, like, you know, biting my lips and stressing out my skin. And that stuff, the good thing about that stuff is that you don't need to wait for a magic wizard to come down and body swap you. You can do it right now. You can start right now. But it's a good thought experiment because it gives you the kick up the butt to be like, oh, yeah, actually, maybe I haven't been super fair to myself. And so just something to think about, guys. While I move on to the next song, which, funnily enough, is just like the horniest song you can imagine. Talk by Hosier. Yeah, empathy, you know? I know it gets bandied about a lot. People are like, I'm such an empath. I can see that you're crying, so you must be sad. And it's like, wow, Sherlock Holmes is in the building. No, it's like people throw it about and think they're so special because they have empathy, but it's actually good to have empathy. And I do think that it can be learned or it can be improved as a skill. So like, if you feel like you're potentially lacking in that, it's not all Jova, right? It's basically just learning how to listen deeply and tenderly, and to not put up walls of judgment when it comes to other people, right? And yeah, kind of just go from there. You don't have to experience beat for beat what someone else is experiencing to have a good sense of empathy. Sometimes you can recognize it and maybe feel it in a particular degree. And so, yeah, it's like, it's one of those things that can be trained instead of like, you know, you're either born with it or you aren't. So, and tomorrow I wake up in Germa's body. What do I do? What do I do? I can't answer that. I cannot answer that in any way that won't incriminate me. Oh gosh. Crazy Bald Man, welcome in. Greetings and salutations to you too. Talk by Hosier is the next song on this list. Now, Hosier is probably my next favorite singer besides Elvis. And Talk is one of my favorite songs because it's so horny. And the whole like moral of the story is him talking about like Greek mythology and stuff, sounding very impressive and clever in like the verse, and then by the chorus he basically concedes that he's only talking that way because he's trying to get into someone's pants, essentially. And the beat itself is super sultry. It's kind of slow. It's got this like, you know, bedroom music vibe going on. And the actual stuff he says is also quite seductive. So he's like, fuck. I won't deny I've got it in my mind now. All the things I would do. So the first like stanza goes like this. I'd be the voice that urged Orpheus when her body was found. So Orpheus in Greek mythology. I'd be the choiceless hope in grief that drove him underground. I'd be the dreadful need in the devotee that made him turn around. I'd be the immediate forgiveness in Eurydice. And then the conceit, imagine being loved by me. And then he says, I won't deny I've got in my mind now all the things that we would do. So I'll try to talk refined. That's what he's been doing. For fear that you find out how I'm imagining you. So he's basically saying, I'm super horny for you, but I'm trying to cover that up. So I'm just going to talk about some like clever shit, and hopefully you're impressed with me, because I've actually got a dirty movie going on in my mind like this whole time. Yeah, Melodies, you should listen to it. It's really good. Here's a link if anyone's curious. I shouldn't play it though. Oh, it's playing. Okay. I'll play a little bit of it so you can hear the beat at least. I'd be the choiceless hope and grief, turn him underground. I've got in mind now. Like, right? So good. And for some reason, like, I don't know, usually I really like singing at the top of my lungs, like Hosier's songs and just songs in general, but my voice is not cooperating. Wait. I can't go that deep. When her body was found. But yeah. And then he says some other horny shit, and it's just like, damn, Hosier, I didn't know you were a freak like that. So, but yeah, so there's not much to say about that one. But there is a lot to say about the next one, which is by Bill Wirtz, a person I haven't talked too much about on stream, but is also very foundational to my musical and art education. It was hard to pick just one song, but Here Comes the Sun is, I'm pretty sure it's copyright free. Maybe we can watch it together. Because Bill Wirtz, I'm pretty sure he made all his stuff also copyright free, which is kind of where I got the idea for doing it myself as well. Here Comes the Sun. Though if he's changed his mind and I get copyright struck, then I'm fucked. He's kind of like popular for his series History of Japan and the History of the World. And also his kind of crazy, weird little jingles that use a lot of interesting music theory. He was popular on Vine, I think. It's, hi, just checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage. Like, you guys know that meme? That's this guy. And Here Comes the Sun is really catchy. It was like between this one and I think Long Journey, it's called. It's a long, we've come a long way. It's been a long day. Something like that. But Here Comes the Sun. I hope you guys like it. We can listen to it together. Full screen. Here comes the sun. And he also does all the animations himself.
We lay about and wonder what we're gonna do. We speak to ourselves.
Is that too loud or is it good?
Conversation, wondering who we're talking to. Then sadness takes over.
That's him.
And sadness wonders what we're gonna do. Then sadness comes closer. then sadness comes to sing a song for you.
He's very interesting.
Oh, what a wonderful world.
Like, he's literally like the definition of like the crazy synesthete who's just doing his own thing and does not give a single fuck about what people tell him to do. Like, people were telling him to put ads on his videos for so long, and he's like, no, I don't want ads on my videos. It wrecks the whole experience. Eventually, he was forced to do it. I think YouTube forced him to. But for ages, like, people were telling him, dude, your history of like Japan has a fucking 100 million views. Like, put ads on your videos. And he was like, no, I don't want to. And then, yeah, he's like just doing this stuff for his job, and he's supported by people that donate on his website, and he just like answers questions there. He posts literally like stuff from his books, and like everything's free, and like he's a big inspiration to me. And his like kind of retro style is like, it's just cool. It's like you can tell that he's actually being original, and he's not sacrificing any of himself to please anyone else. And ironically enough, that's what makes people like him even more, you know? Yeah, oh, I'm an ex, yeah, of course. He's pretty chill.
When darkness covers the earth, and I know it's the end for sure.
And he's also quite cute, so.
Here comes the sun.
It's so good.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, bringing you love and shining on everyone. Here comes the sun. Here comes the raging sun, and it's raging on, and so we rage as
And why is he wearing like a pharaoh's
the
hat?
day is done.
He just does that shit.
High on the mountain,
Hey, Bill.
the postman comes and says there's still no news. Deep in the city, oh yeah, the buildings wonder if they'll ever be built. Oh, what an interesting day. Looks like there's nobody in
And it sounds simple, but it's deceptive. It's incredibly complex music theory that he's doing.
my- Looks like nobody wins today. Here comes the sun.
The sun.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, bringing you love and shining on everyone. Here comes the sun.
Sun.
Here come the blazing, amazing miracle sun, and it's raging on and still will blaze along on until the day is done.
This is my favorite part of the video, he says.
Till the day is one and done, gonna rage on into the sun. Pop your friends and neighbors, tell them a new day has just begun. I hope you know that there's no stranger strange enough.
He's actually cooking.
Tell your friends and neighbors you're no stranger to falling in love.
He's fucking cooking.
I'm just falling in love.
Man, this just gives me dopamine. He just like,
Is it really over? Time waits for no one. It doesn't wait now either. And I can't explain the way that I'm feeling. Put it into words and then send it all over the world. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, bringing you love and shining on everyone. Here comes the sun.
literally, this guy makes me emotional. It's
And it's raging on.
It's hard to explain.
Rage as one until the day is done. Oh, until the day is done. If this song ain't good enough, I'll erase it.
fucking incredible. Okay, I have to talk about this more. Look at bad shit. Try not to cringe. This guy makes me so emotional. It's almost like if Germa did music instead of like streaming. But besides that, this is a man who refused to compromise and be anything less than his fullest self. And for that, I just have so much respect. He sees the world in such a unique way, and he shares it with people. He invites you in instead of trying to push out something that everyone else is doing, something palatable and safe, something that would guarantee, like that people would like it and that he'd be able to do this for a living. He does crazy, incredible work. Look, History of the Entire World has almost 200 million views. Yeah, forging his own path so completely. And there was a time where he was learning how to use a particular like editing software. And he didn't make a video for like 2 years, right? And people kept asking him, because I kept up with his website for a while, like, where are you? Are you okay? Like, you should just post something, anything, so people know you're still here, so you can still get money from YouTube or whatever. And he was like, I don't want to post until the thing I make actually feels worth posting, paraphrasing. But he literally does whatever TF he wants, and it doesn't matter. Like, there's nothing that can change his mind when it comes to the art. It's not money, it's not clout, it's not anything that you could say. Like, he is devoted first and foremost to his art. And I think in that sense, he is like those really great prodigies of old who are basically just singularly focused to a point of basically obsession. And thank God, because like the fact that we have all this stuff, he's got 435 videos. Like, I'm so glad that this exists, that he exists as a creator and as a person, because holy shit, I know I'm not like incredibly part of the solution, but there's so much slop online, and this is the antidote. People and work like this. I think that's why it gets to me. And he wasn't just talking the talk, he was walking the walk. Do you know how much money this guy said no to because he put the artistic experience above the ads on his videos? He was like, I don't want to put ads on my videos because when you click on a video and you're met with a fucking blaring ass, annoying ass ad right in your face, it sets the mood, like it just wrecks the vibe. He wanted the experience to be as pure and as like he intended as possible. His videos, like his most popular ones, let's see. History of the Entire World, almost 200 million views. History of Japan, 85 million views. Still a Piece of Garbage, 30 million views. I don't know when he turned on the ads. It was after a lot of people asked him, and I think after YouTube finally got involved, because they wanted ad money too, right? They were like, dude, put ads on your videos, because like the company itself had a lot to gain from it. And so he kind of had to. Before that, though, he must have said no to so much money. Like, the kinds of money we can't even imagine, right? And that's just so much respect on that, right? And, he doesn't do that whole thing where it's like, please like and subscribe, because he doesn't need to. And I think he's a purist in the sense of, like, he knows that it's all fucking farcical, right? The only thing he gives a single fuck about is his art. And as he should, right? He doesn't play those games. He's not like, hey guys, please subscribe. And, like, it really help out the channel. And he's just like making his own shit. And I honestly think if he was getting like 1 view per video, he'd still be making them. And that's how you know he's a real one. Because he's been doing this for years and years and years, decades, in fact, way before Vine and way before he got popular. Yeah, he's fully independent, no label. And he just loves the game that much. He's married to the hustle, as I say. And the hustle in this case is the art. And he didn't try to make his art fit the mold of what other people were doing and what was popular at the time. He was like, you know what? I'm going to make a 5-second video that says, hi, I'm still a piece of garbage. And that's going to get 30 million views, right? He's so inspiring to me. And just like everything that he makes seems to be pure poetry. And once he took that to the visuals as well, I was like, dude, this guy, he's on a different like wavelength to most of us. Because for a long time, his visuals were pretty, not like unsophisticated. They've always been sophisticated, but they were 2D, I suppose. And then eventually he learnt the 3D modeling and then just fucking exploded. You have to have a certain level of tism to be creative. You know, it's not up to me to speculate, but whatever it is that he has, I wish more people had that. And I wish more people were in situations where they weren't so bound by, you know, just fucking making a living. Because I read something somewhere which I fully agree with. Like, if people didn't have to go to work to literally survive, there'd be so many people out there, I think freaks was a term used affectionately, to do every little niche thing that you can think of. Like, there's probably someone that goes around fixing pipes for fun and, like, would do that in a 50-mile radius if they were given the chance to, right? But just think about how much creativity and how much potential is stifled because, you know, through no fault of their own, people need food to eat and shelter to sleep under. And you can only get that if you go to work and get a job, right? There are people like Bill out there, squashed, like, under the heel of whatever it is you want to call it. Whatever the fuck this, like, situation is that we're in. And it sucks. It hurts me, physically. I'm in a privileged position where I can do something like this, right? Which is an immense, like, you know, what's the word? Minuscule slice of what regular life is like for most people. And I recognize that. And I try not to take it lightly. For most people, it's not, they're not going to do spreadsheets for 9 hours a day because they're fucking passionate about Excel. You know what I mean? It's because they fucking have to. And so, I don't know. I see this and I'm like, I'm glad that it exists. I wish there was more. You know? Anyway.
What is
Bill
love?
Wurtz, if you copyright strike me, I'm taking all that back.
Fruit,
No, I'm just kidding.
Bread, no. Fruit and bread. What is love? Fruit, no. Bread, no. Fruit and bread, probably not. Is it a conversation?
What is love, guys? Tell me. What do you think?
Is it a fruitful sales deal?
Yes. Actually, no.
Is it a hearty breakfast? My favorite brand. Is it a four-letter word that you can use
In various ways that are mostly positive.
Hell yeah.
Like, what the fuck? He just does stuff like this. Is it a conversation? It's, I don't know. I thought he was cooking with bread and fruit, to be honest. True. That's a pretty good, like, guess. What is love? And, yeah. If we go back, I wonder when his first video was posted. The oldest. It's called Die, 12 years ago. Oh my gosh. Here's me rising out of bed in the morning.
Here is me rising out of bed in the morning.
So true, King. It's exactly what that was. Oh gosh. And then, just because we're on the Bill Wurtz train, let's look at his website. Is it a four-letter word you can use in various ways that are mostly positive? This is another thing. This is his website, guys. Like, he could have made it like a fucking Squarespace or Wix situation, but no, this is it. And then if you go to Notebook, this is all his notes, just like this. Click on a random one and see what he wrote. Note, hi, good morning, I'm in space, I just woke up. I anticipate getting home so I can do more work. That's about it. Seriously, there's nothing else to this. Seriously very excited about posting content. It's crazy. In the process of posting in individual songs. Does that make sense? Note taker should go up soon. What do you think? Holy crap, this is going to be great. I'm going to post everything. Like, this is his life, guys. This is from 2004, the earliest one. Rule 1, there are no rules. This isn't a bit, this isn't for money. This is because he's got something in his head that makes him like this, and we're all better off for it. The most recent one was in 2021. Let's see what he said. The hardest thing about building a room is you have to build a room to build the damn room in first. It drives me crazy. Relatable. And then I used to visit this a lot, other categories and then questions. This is where he answers people's requests. And he's still doing it to this day. Look, the 10th of the 2nd, yesterday, 2026. And then the purple is what people ask him. Why does chess make me really angry? And he says, maybe it's just because your opponent is trying to destroy you in the game and make you lose. Are you left or right-handed? I'll say this much, I ride goofy-footed. So he's interacting with people just on his own terms, right? Again, welcoming people into his world and not compromising when he doesn't have to. And I respect it. As you have seen several years of questions come through this box, what are the truly evergreen events, the things that actually get asked about every single year at the same time? New Year's resolution, Valentine's Day, many, many other calendar events. Surely most of them you've heard of. People talk about school schedule, graduation, going back to school or going to a new school. You know, he's just talking to people and anyone can say anything. Like I can ask a question right now. What do you think of poetry? And it's not guaranteed that he'll respond, but you never know. Maybe we'll visit in like a week or so. Why is Germa so handsome? Oh god. Yeah. It's like Germa in a different font or something. And like maybe that's just my type. I don't know. But yeah, I have just too many thoughts and feelings about this man. And yeah, like I said, I'm just so glad that he exists and that he's able to do this, you know? I think the only way he actually gets money is from expert mode, maybe? Nope, that's everything. Donate? Yeah, this. You have to click through multiple like layers to find it. And there it is, donate. Now, obviously, he's either self-sufficient by now or through YouTube that he can just do this, right? But that's just, it's crazy. He's just living life on his own terms. And yeah, I hope he keeps making stuff for as long as he can. So, Bill Wirtz, if you're out there, and I know you are, somewhere in the world, don't stop. Because we need you, seriously. In a world of like YouTube slop and like social media being gamified and fucking, you know, and shitified with every passing year, he's like the one place among a few that just has that old magic still to it. So yeah, those are my very sappy thoughts about Bill Wirtz and why he's on this list. I picked Here Comes the Sun because it's just catchy, though I was really like, I was gonna pick something from my playlist because I have a whole Bill Wirtz playlist on Spotify, and it was gonna be And the Day Goes On or Hello Sexy Pants or When I Get Older. When I get older, I'm gonna be stronger so I can lift up the whole entire world. And then Hello Sexy Pants is just so random. Hello, hello, sexy pants. I wanna know why it hurts so bad. And then he says something like, wait, actually I can play it for you guys. We can just watch more if we want. But we're already at 4 hours, that's crazy. We're like halfway-ish. We could do the other half like when we do the next stream. But like, it's fucking crazy. And the day goes on, goes on, goes on, stay strong. And the day goes on. Yeah, it's just fucking, I don't know. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So for playlists, you can put like a little caption. And I made this playlist a long, long time ago, but the caption is actually from Here Comes the Sun. So it must have been my favorite even back then too. Here comes the raging, amazing sun, it says. But yeah. Maybe we'll like do the rest of the song some other time. But holy shit. Yeah. This is basically my life in a nutshell, this list. And like I said, I've tried to pick songs that have stories behind them and like tried to pick some deep cuts as well. So be careful, be fragile, like, you know, be gentle, because this is everything. And by the time we get to the end, I think, yeah, you'll basically know me very, very intimately, potentially too intimately. But anyway, let's see. We didn't really add anything to the wheel yet, but that's okay. I think we'll come up with ideas as we go. One thing that I definitely want to put is Bean Boozle Bean, but I hate Bean Boozle Beans, so we're going to put it in this slice, one of the slices, the small one. Bean, should I show you guys while I do it? Fuck. It's going to be flipped, but Bean Boozle. Here comes the sun. It's flipped. Wait, let's see. If I spin this right now, and yeah, I know 25 is a lot, but I was trying to figure out like how much would be, you know, worth a permanent or semi-permanent spot on this that I actually have to do. Because if it's like a Bean Boozle Bean, holy shit. If I land on it right now, I'll eat one. Because holy, look at this. It's all blank except for that. So okay, I'm safe. As we continue with these streams, we'll build it over time. And I think if we fill it up, we can always swap things out later on, you know? But yeah, think of stuff, guys. And remember, if you have a good enough idea and I like it, then I might just put it on anyway. But until then, we will choose someone to raid into. Going to make one, send me 25, perfect loophole. True. But you never know, it might be 25 Monopoly dollars. That's the issue. You have to be very thorough, like when you're making a wish with a genie. Who's live? Here comes the sun. Shining on you. Quill. Yeah, we can say hi to Quill. Beautiful Quill. She's always lurking, always supporting her fellow streamers. Is she... Oh, I think she just finished. No! Literally, like, a minute ago. Fuck me dead. Okay, not Quill. Let's see. Fairy Tale. Beautiful. It's been a while. I love Fairy Tale. She's looking super cute today in her beautiful, I think it's a wig, beautiful wig and glasses. So thank you guys for joining me today for Wacky Wednesday. Thank you to Jack, who's probably not around still, but for those 10 subs, what the hell? Thank you. You guys are crazy. You spoil me, and I'm going to see you on Friday, Lucky Friday. Until then, behave, or at the very least, don't get caught. No need to thank me, guys. I should be thanking you. Oh, the affirmations. Yes, you are. You are beautiful. Fuck. Let's do it before we raid out. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved, and you are alive. Thank you. And yeah, Amy Walker. That's where I got those from. I don't want to take all the credit, literally plagiarizing. But I did write Unwritten, though, by Natasha Bedingfield. That was actually me, yeah. Affirmed with speed. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll see you guys very, very soon. And Cody, thank you again for the prompt. What a wonderful exercise. You guys should try it. Write like a list of like 20 autobiographical songs and see what happens. Anyway, take care. Hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses. Mwah. Be well. I'll see you soon.